Put your glasses on before you strike that arc. Shut the apron tight and clear that floor for sparks. Grind dust stings lungs like sand in the back of your throat. One glove can snag a blade to keep both hands close. If it kicks, step back. If it binds, let it stop. Chip the clamp again and keep your knuckles off the top. Time to do some sketchy shit. Not today, not with this bit. Got on, pride down, keep it fit. Time to do some sketchy shit. Keep it safe. Keep it safe. Keep it safe. Fence stays locked in place when you feed that board. Push with a scrap block. Let the blade eat wood, not more. Long sleeves rolled up clean. No loose strings near the drill. Catch the grain the right way, or it'll twist with will. If it splinters, slow. If it chatters, kill the feed. Stand to the side for the kickback you don't need. Time to do some sketchy shit. Not today, not with this bit. Got on, pride down, keep it fit. Time to do some sketchy shit. Keep it safe. Keep it safe. Keep it safe. Face shield down low when the wheel stops to bite. No phone in your hand, no rush in your side. One bad second can take more than skin. So look twice, breathe slow, then go back Time to do some sketchy shit. Not today, not with this bit. Got on, pride down, keep it fit. Time to do some sketchy shit. Gloves off when they trap. Tie it up, then take it slow. Time to do some sketchy shit and make it home to go again. Keep it safe. Keep it safe. Keep it
Okay, hopefully my mic's working. We don't have much new today. Let's see. Seriously, I hate OBS sometimes. We do have a Triceratops that was posted new this week. We do have a few coming out first of the week, hopefully. We had some family stuff to deal with today, so I'm late. But fidgets for the Triceratops. I know we've got a couple files in the works. It should be something first. Okay. Welcome in, Build a Builder. It's going to be, I know it's a late stream. Apologize for being late for everybody. Family things to deal with today. But we will be trying to catch back up. Are you streaming tonight, Build a Builder? We do have the Triceratopses out. Let's see if I can zoom in a little bit. Also need to take the cancer thing down. Let's see. Too bright. Can't really do anything about that though. Those are yeah, I know. Can you hear my voice?
Yes.
Okay. We do have the Triceratops. Again, this is open. I can post a link. Oh, glad you got a nice vacation. Probably going to be a short stream tonight because I was out late with family today. So I understand that aspect. We literally just got home. In fact, I got home, called my brother, and then just now got off the phone with my brother. But those are this week. I know are you still trying to get the dinosaur done or not on that?
I think so.
Okay.
It's some other little things, but
yeah, we got a couple things. Yeah. Fortunately, sometimes when we post our ideas, they get copied faster than we can get them photographed. So I hate to do that, so we at least have a little bit of a surprise. But these are out. I don't even remember what day we posted those. But those are up. We got one more dinosaur, and then I don't know what else.
I don't know.
That's even if it gets done. But,
He's almost there.
yeah, those are out. Looks like we're pretty final on our design on our makerspace, so we need to get construction started. But we also have a show in 2 weeks? Our big show.
Yeah.
So,
Well, it's 2 weeks. It'll be over in 2 weeks.
yeah.
I think, right?
Yeah, it'll be over in 2 weeks. So that's going to be probably after that before we actually start the tear out.
I think so. We've got a lot of stuff to move. But
Yeah, it's a lot of stress, especially the way we're doing it now.
I think the problem is when you've collected so much stuff for the last 17 years, it's where you're going to put all this stuff because you're bringing in somebody else and all their stuff.
Yeah. For those that don't know, we are building a makerspace, and just because I don't like to make it easy, we are moving my mother into the our place, which is where we're building the makerspace, to take care of, as well as a niece I think is moving in with us.
Unless something changes,
Yeah, unless it, so
I think we'll always have a space for somebody. Like,
we've got lots of nieces and nephews, so we're building a space for her to come stay. And yeah, so we're moving 2 people in to our house, building a makerspace.
I think it's gonna be your mom's maker space, by the way.
Getting that impression too. Yes, it's going to be swapped to not my makerspace, but my mother's.
Right?
I don't know if she's going to be on camera or not. That is debatable.
I think she'd be fine with it.
Yeah, she may come on camera to discuss her makerspace now, because she is intimately going to end up being involved in design and construction. She's already talked to somebody about building cabinets, so.
I think she's more excited than you.
Yeah.
I think she'll end up having a sewing group, among other stuff. I mean, I think they'll do. I think it's about a group of people that are gonna love to craft. So.
Yeah. Her friends are going to come in and have their own little space or their own time in it, so it'll be fine. It means we already have. I'm not sure if we call them members or what.
Mom's Club.
Yeah, my mother's club will be. In fact, that's what we should just call it.
Mom's Club.
Yeah, Mom's Club. Make that a fixture on it. But yeah, she's going to have her friends in and her little sewing group, or crafting group, because I don't believe they're going to stick to sewing.
I don't think they are. I mean, they could be doing what they do like a week ago. They
Canning.
yeah, which I think would be great.
Considering we're moving the kitchen out into the makerspace, that's going to be an option, I guess.
I'm sure they'll have baking days, you know.
And we may actually be able to stream some of it. I don't know how they feel.
I don't know.
It's up to them.
I don't think your mom will have a problem with it. Your mom loves people. She's very personable. Everybody loves your mom. I have not met somebody that does not love your mom.
Yeah, I wish I'd gotten that right.
Yeah.
So that's. Welcome in Lunar Clarity. The yellow drawers are springs. Let me bring one of them out. Let's see. Let me switch cameras here. I'm sorry, I didn't have chat up. I was talking to my wife. All right. That's what is in that cabinet. To the left. Above it's some electrical connectors, but that's. Just pick out two drawers. Those are that's a spring cabinet.
Did that come from the hardware store? Where'd that one come from?
I actually do not know where that came from.
Your mom remembers.
I'll have to ask her, because I do not recall that into the hardware section.
I was shocked your dad gave that one up. He gave that up years ago.
Yes.
I was always shocked by that one.
Yeah,
I think just people, you got tired of looking at springs for people.
no, I'm not a trampoline salesman. We did have an outdoor power equipment dealership. Do I have a furry sociopath? Yes, on the Tessellation Police. But it's too hot for them to be hanging around us, so they're not very cuddly today. But yeah, we do have a furry two furry sociopaths. I don't even see either of them.
They're both over here.
Oh,
Sorry.
they're both hanging out with my wife. Some days I do have them on stream when they're in a loving mood towards me, but
I think they're hot. It's hot in here.
typically only one of them's that way. Yes, we are almost out of M&Ms. I wouldn't eat those. They've been sitting in there too long.
Like 5 or 6 years.
We are going to redo that and add it. Yeah. Let's see.
It was a great thing before the 3D printing. I guess that's really when we kind of stopped it, because kids would come in and we gave them a quarter to give them candy so they wouldn't touch anything else. Don't know how smart that was.
Wasn't very smart. They just put chocolate on their fingers.
Forever cleaning M&Ms off the ground.
Yeah, I'd like to make it do something stylish with it and redo them, but again, time has been an issue for me. But no, I wasn't a trampoline salesman. We've repaired things most of our lives. Like there's tons and tons of springs. I've got springs that aren't in the cabinet. We've got other cabinets full of springs.
Yes.
It's a real thing. Like, you can only see two of the cabinets for those. Filling the other one with cat food. What cabinet? Oh, talking about. That would actually be neat. Put treats in the cat treats in the M&M thing.
Oh, I never find a quarter.
What?
Finding quarters is a pain.
Oh,
For the candy machine, is that what you told me?
yeah.
Yeah, finding quarters is difficult nowadays.
Well, we could keep quarters around, but that way people in the makerspace
I
could
have
buy.
an automated one over the upstairs. You just stick your hand under and it drops them out. That'd probably be feasible.
Yeah. Oh, the furry sociopaths do have a purpose. One lays around crying. It's pretty much her entire lifespan or life existence right now is crying for attention and sitting in my wife's lap. The other one will hunt anything that moves. So she has a purpose. And at 17 years old, I'd say it's time for the cat to retire. I think she's 17, isn't
I
it?
think she's always been retired. Yeah, she's 17.
Yeah, she'd never actually been a worker, but the other one hunts.
She sleeps all day. I don't know what this. She gets excited if she can hunt something, but she sleeps. Right now, they'd all think it's super cute if they could see it.
Oh, she got her.
No, she got her belly up. Sleep.
Yeah, she's snoring. She actually does snore too, quite loud. But yeah, the cats are. Yeah, they're useless. She used to have a purpose. And the only one of them would probably like customers. That one's never gone up near anybody really. So medals on top shelf. Oh yes, those are from a charity I used to be involved with. No, I was not an admiral or anything. That is where I was leading the charity group. So no, I was not an admiral. I was not a. In fact, those are not. Yeah, not. Not military medals. They are actually gold plated. Those will probably be moved into the office. Right behind me is the printer's in the way. A electronics workbench. You can somewhat see the oscilloscope behind the printer I was working on. Besides that, there's a power supply, some electrical meters, a lot of components back there. Soldering irons, resoldering station, voltage, power supply, variable voltage power supplies, that sort of thing. The fan would probably be 1930s. Gonna redo that. It is questionable electrically right now. I believe it does have wire nuts on it. Nope. Okay. That's one of the. We're hoping to change the YouTube channel over for restorations, and that is one of the projects that'll be on there. I've got a early 1940s fan back there that I'm going to restore as well. It was a very short production fan, large shop fan that I primarily use. Quite loud to fire up. No, my cats are not robots. Tessellation police. That is on the restoration list. My wife is also not a robot. She does have just a voice because she doesn't like to come over here. She may say hi, but I doubt it.
Background, I guess. I don't know.
Yes, they're probably considering they can hear your voice maybe and not.
Right.
But I don't.
I try to stay out of the scene.
Can you go?
Apparently the cats do too. That's our job. Stay out of the way.
Yeah. You gonna come over and say hi?
Nope.
Okay. Apparently the wife is not going to say hi tonight. Maybe next stream. Doubtful, but
It hasn't worked yet. Sorry.
she doesn't love me enough to come say hi.
It's kind of rude. Apparently the cats don't either, so I...
Oh, that's expected. That's fully expected.
Really well. He's survived.
So no, she's not gonna say hi. She is the designer of most of the, or the primary at least designer of all the fidgets. The Triceratops here. I don't have anything else back here, do I? No, I'll be able to clean it all off. This is a enlarged one, but the B that technically we didn't print, but somebody else did. We have obviously that frog back there, a few other things around here, I guess. But she is the designer of that. If you don't know who we are, I don't recognize the Lunar Clarity and Tessellation Police, but do welcome in. Yeah, those are the Triceratops is the only thing we've released this week, I think.
Well, the pumpkins were released this week, but you showed them off last week. What is that?
The geese here were recent files from us. Last week we uploaded the pumpkins. A couple different designs of them, obviously. They're listed as one file because, yeah, but there's all kinds of faces so people can pick their own. I believe we also have one without faces so somebody
Yes,
could
and
carve
there's
their own.
one in there that, they have a hole in the bottom, so you can...
Yeah, they got a light back here.
There's one right here.
They're actually designed to use Acre light, but you also can put a tea light in them. Really can't see it because it's too dark, but those have been posted this week. Again, I'm not totally sure how much of the tear out we're going to stream, but
He wants to stream more and I want to stream less.
yes. Welcome in, Alexandria. For also for those that are curious, I believe I still have that up. Let me actually see what my total was. Thank you for those that helped with the cancer stream. Stand Up for Cancer. I raised $10.11 for Stand Up to Cancer. The total group of... Do I allow beverages on the bench? Yes, I do allow beverages on the bench. And this bench is very special to me because this is actually my grandmother and grandfather worked on this when they worked at a grocery store. So this is a very special bench for me that I come down on Build-A-Builder. I am fortunate. It's not a perfect bench, but this is actually the butcher block that my grandmother worked at when she worked at a grocery store, and then my grandfather managed it. So when they closed it, he got to bring it home. She passed away in a fire, technically for that grocery store chain that had it. So this bench has been in the family for years, since before my parents got married. So
How did they
it's
acquire it so quickly? And your grandfather gave it to your mom?
technically not totally sure how that all worked. I acquired it when I was a teenager and sat in the corner for years. I think Dad just hauled it home when I was a kid. So, yeah, but yes, I actually sadly do allow beverages on the bench. It is about, what, 3 inches thick, maybe 2.5. So it's on the thicker side of a desk, realistically. But this is a butcher block from a grocery store, 1960s era, early 1970s.
They said it wasn't the one that he moved to later on in life, was it? Or was it?
It was taken to that one.
Oh, it's taken to that one?
Yes.
So,
So it would have been. He acquired it when our understanding is after the fire. He managed one. His wife moved to the new one that burned down, and she passed away in that fire. And then he closed the one that he was managing because the fire bankrupted him in the area. So that, and they pulled out of the area.
so in the 70s, basically.
No, mine is not going to swell up like yours does. This, this is a rather thick slab of what? I'm not sure what type of wood it is. So yeah, it's not the press wood you get now. I mean, this is literally older than I am. They would have acquired it technically about the time my parents got married. Is when this bench would have been acquired by my grandfather, and that would have been used. Yeah. So this was being scrapped in the 1970s, early 1970s, because that's how they acquired it. So yeah, it's
Family heirloom now, huh?
yeah, and it is actually kind of cool. I get to work at the desk here that my grandmother worked at, my grandfather worked at, my dad worked at. Yes, before Built Over Bought was built. But yes, I get to work at, I mean, because my dad had this in his business for a little while.
Did he actually use it then for a little while?
Yes.
I didn't know that.
He used it for just a short bit. It was in the original shop, and when it came out of there, I got it. So yeah, this has been in 2 family businesses, and now it's in technically 2 more in a way.
Really
But
about 3 when you think about it.
we never
Unless
used
you
it.
consider it separate.
What?
Your own business.
I mean, well,
Never really used it for a bit.
yes. I never used it for the other shop.
For this one.
Yeah, it really didn't come along.
You had it for a while sitting here before you.
Right, because I didn't have the table for it, and it wasn't what I wanted to use for an engine shop.
Yeah, I would have stored it.
Although it was in an engine shop, but
Yeah. The size of that.
yeah. But I think it's cool because it's history, and it's going to always be a part of my stream because of family history, and especially when I like older things. I've got
Take
a
offense to that.
what? You should take offense to that.
Sorry.
Yeah. I mean, look at the vintage fan back there. You know.
You're not gonna come back from that one, are you?
No. Not going to answer
I
that
am
one.
younger, but
Yes. She is younger than I am.
I'll leave it at that.
So, yeah. Technically, you were pretty young when we started dating. So, unfortunately, we've been together for 20 years now, so. Sad to admit, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm trying to count in my head.
Yeah, it's been 20 years.
More than that.
Yeah, but it's been more than 20 years. So, yeah, but she was young when I at that point.
Not that young. That's-
No, you weren't like in high school or anything, thank God. But you're in your 20s. So, yeah, we probably gonna be a short stream tonight because I was with family. I just got home.
Probably safe for you to be a short stream.
Yeah, it's safer, especially when you're not willing to join.
Especially when I'm evil.
Oh, I don't think they care if you're evil. That might be better for everybody.
Enjoying all that, huh?
But we don't have anything printed today. We didn't have anything.
Are you complaining that I'm a slacker?
No, I'm complaining we've been gone all day and been busy all week with that.
It's
Mine
also
and
been a
nothing.
hot week, so I've been printing but not.
Been printing for the show, but not anything new.
Right.
We're in production mode right now because this the show coming up, which hopefully I can live stream from, but it's our biggest one of the year.
It's difficult because there's never enough internet, really. Once you get that many people in the place. I mean, how many cars do they say they average?
It's I think somewhere around 3,000 or 4,000 cars
Yeah.
at the car show, and then I don't know how many visitors. Some years you could hardly even see. You can hardly walk around. There's so many people. It is a pre-1948 car show, so every car that's counted was built before 1948. That's the rules. But it's the largest car show like that in the country. So somewhere around, I thought they said 3,000 or 4,000 cars. Let me go look at it. Registered last year.
Well, helps when people don't double register, like some people.
Yeah, I told her she
Do they actually
registered.
let her double register? Was she actually allowed to?
Yeah. Let's see. It doesn't say how many cars. Registered last year. I know it says it somewhere.
It's okay, you can miss the link.
I know it's over. Okay, they had. They're saying over 3,000 cars were registered last year. I'll try to take some photos. If I have the internet, I will stream. But when you get, 3,000 cars, there's probably at least 10,000 people there. So you get 10,000 people in a small area, it's really hard to get internet. So we've not been able to stream.
We couldn't even take credit cards, I mean, honestly, because it's that bad.
Yeah, we literally couldn't get enough internet on our phones to take credit cards last year. So,
I don't think any year we've been able to take a credit card. Maybe one time.
the first year I went and got on their network, and there were enough. It was running fast enough we could take credit card because they have internet there. But now there's enough vendors trying to get on there. You can't even do that. But I'll try to take some photos. It's going to be a little difficult this year because I'm going to have a car or a truck there that I'm driving. And I'm also doing a booth.
Both days?
Yes. Looks like it.
I thought your brother doesn't want to drive.
Not currently. He may drive Saturday, I don't know. But I'm driving Friday. So I'm going to have to drive, get my mom situated at her near the truck, then set up the booth and run the booth all day Friday. So that's, yeah. So I'm not sure. I know Friday I won't be able to do much. If I can stream, it'll be in the booth. If I can stream, I will. Because then at least Sandy can watch and see how the booth's doing. But Friday is also typically dead. So if I can
Yeah,
get.
Saturday's really the big day.
I know I won't be able to stream Saturday, but if I can stream at the booth Friday, I'll stream then. Because Friday's primarily dead. That's why she's not going. Or not planning on it. But we'll see what we can do. It may be, I might be able to stream while driving. I don't know. Or depending on if Mom will
It's
hold it
gonna
in.
be like at 4 or 5 in the morning. If you stream. Driving.
True.
I don't think she would care, but I mean, it's gonna be so early in the morning.
Yeah.
'Cause I think she likes to leave that early.
She wants to be there when it opens and get her a spot.
Don't they usually hold a spot for her?
They do, but that's not the point.
That is the point. Did she say she got to run in the first group? She said she's done it, hasn't she?
What? We've never, the first group, they start parking there like, they'll probably be there Wednesday, and the thing opens a Friday morning.
But
They'll
she's
start lining
done
up.
the run, hasn't she?
The run.
Where they do the car run coming in.
Yeah, she's done that in the, not in years.
I was gonna say probably 2020. No, 2019 was the last time.
Probably. We did
I
it
don't know if
one
she's
year.
done it since then. No, we did it in 2019 because we had the other vehicle.
Yeah. The two of us took that vehicle in
But I
20.
think in the last few years she ran a support vehicle.
Yes, his dad has been disabled, so she's not actually been in it and gone in the gate with the truck on Friday morning since probably 2019. So I'm taking her into it this year, setting her up, and then running.
You need to check her scooter.
Yeah, I
Make
did.
sure that's charged to the scooter.
Okay, adding to my list.
Yep, you're welcome.
But if I can stream Friday from the show, again, it'll be dead. So I might be able to pull it off. I will.
Saturday, I don't see any possibility.
No, but see, what sucks is Friday I can't go around and show the cars that much. But we'll try to take pictures. And do it that way. I will be able to show, like, because I guarantee I'm going to check on my mom. If I'm streaming, I'll be able to show theirs. Which they've seen those on stream. If you like to see car shows, when I go to them, I've been trying to stream. If I can get signal. But unfortunately, a lot of times, it's kind of weird to walk around with a camera. So
You should have her stick it on your mom's scooter and have her run around and stream. She'd probably love it.
I'll ask. If we can stream Friday where she can do that, maybe I can get her to run around on the scooter. Set up to where she can do that. We'd have to figure out a mount, though.
Right. But that would be funny to watch her go around. Then we can keep an eye on her, too.
No, because she'd have her phone, my phone, to do it.
I guess
But-
I can give you my phone.
Yeah, I don't think that's a good idea, but maybe. We'll see. Maybe we could set it up to where she'll run around
I
on stream.
thought it would have been a good one with your dad when he did it. Because your dad would stop and look and, yeah. Find somebody to talk to.
That's the problem. But we'll see what we can do. And maybe somebody will watch the booth while I go and stream. I doubt. It's always possible.
We'll see what happens. I don't
Oh yeah, we'll work on that in Jedi, Spidey. I'll guarantee some photos at least. This year, Sandy will watch the booth Saturday while I go take some photos. So we'll take photos and post them to our Discord.
Are you going to try to go get a photo of it at the museum?
I desperately want one, yes, because I'd love to do.
A laser etched one?
Yeah. So I'd like to have a laser etched one. I'd actually like to make a lampshade out of it. We'll lift the paint out of that. Where I take a photo of it with in front of the fighter planes from World War II. But yeah, that's, if they offer it this year, I'm taking it. But that'll be Saturday. Maybe Sunday if they offer it on Sundays. I don't know. I'm gonna have to take it, so that'll have to be a day you're there. Yeah, we'll do that, and I might be able to stream that too. Walk around the museum a little bit. That'd be kind of cool.
I
But
don't know if they let people in on that time.
no, but the fighter plane's outside, so
Yeah.
there's a couple things outside, like a tank, I believe, and a few other things. But we'll see what we can do there. That'll be
Not this weekend, but the following.
yes.
Or this weekend coming up, I should say. Following.
Yeah, not this Friday, but the Friday after this one. This Saturday or Sunday will be streaming. I would like to stream a opening, an unboxing, sometime this week. We'll see. Hello, Dave. I think. How are you doing? If it's not broke, fix it. Haven't seen you in a long time. We used to make tool content, and he has been following us since then. So, have a good time with family. Build a builder. Again, I'm probably not going to be on too long. We're trying to keep in the habit of streaming. I guess is somewhat the reason for today's. More than anything, we've been last couple weeks finalizing the plans for. Because we have to involve other people, finalizing the plans for our makerspace. It's a lot more when I decided to move my mother into it, where she's going to be living next to it or inside of it, however you want to look at it. And I mean, that's been an interesting story as far as how my family's doing. My mother has Parkinson's, so we're planning on moving her into our space and opening up a makerspace in my old store. We're going to allow her to have a sewing club, have a sewing section, now a cooking section and canning section apparently. We've got 3D printers available, people, the CNC router, 2 lasers, a vacuum forming machine, dye sublimation, vinyl cutting, and electronics workbench. All open to the public. And we're going to be adding other things as we go. So all of that's going to be around here. We do have a metalworking shop and part of a wood shop that's again opening up. So that's how we've been doing. Sandy's still around. She's just hiding from the camera.
Yep.
Like she said earlier, she just doesn't love me enough to come over and say hi.
Yep.
But hey, yeah, she's over there if you can hear her. She's doing better now because she's on medication, but we have to get her up and working out early in the morning. And I also know at some point she's not going to be able to take care of herself with Parkinson's. Let's see, the fan. You talking about this thing? I don't know a ton about it. It's on my list to restore, along with my Zeppelin fan. But this is a, what is it? Kenmore. It does work. I'm not going to plug it in because I don't have a cord over here. But this it is dusty, but it does let's see, I can bring it up here. The fan actually does work. It actually does also move back and forth. It mainly needs some cleanup and paint, greasing, putting some oil on some of the
You can make
davit bearings.
match your big one.
Yeah, I would like to.
Yeah. It's
Um,
kind of got a similar theme.
So we're going to, I think we're going to paint it to match the big one. Which, if you catch one of our streams from outside, that will be, I've got what they call a Zeppelin fan, similar in look, way bigger, that we will be restoring as well. A lot of our restorations are going to be put off till next year now, but because the construction has to come first, I would assume. So, is what it is. We may be able to squeeze something in like this. But my mother's she's moving around. She was actually doing pretty bad for a while. The other one is kind of got a gold look to it, and I kind of like to match it because that one's a lot more valuable. And I will be putting a new cord and rewiring it. Technically, that'll be for both of them. We'll put a new electrical cords on them. I'd also like to redo this as far as a lot of cleanup. I know it's probably going to hurt the value of it, but to be perfectly honest, I don't care. It's mine. So we'll put some oil on the bearings because this has some Babbitt bearings essentially on it. Clean it up a little bit. I could probably clean it and get by, but I'd like to have it match the other one. So, and the other one's got a gold look to it, so we'll more than likely do that. But that'll be sitting on this desk at some point. I'm not sure this is going to stay out here forever. We'll see. A lot of our machinery is going to be old. Again, our last stream we actually had the our most important, or my first piece, the drill press out there from World War II LST factory. That is on a restoration. We have her 1920s lathe. That's on the list. We've got a lot of old stuff. What?
I was gonna say, including me.
You're probably the youngest thing in here other than the printers.
You got some valid points with that one.
Welcome in, Riot. Oh. Again, I know it's going to hurt. If it's not broke, fix it to restore those, but I think they'll be cool in the old shop. Thank you for joining us. It's a slow stream tonight. Not sure how long we're going to stick on. I was late, and I don't have enough planned for tonight. I was just saying earlier that the plans are pretty much final on our makerspace.
Yep. You gotta get it done now. Get to work.
Yeah. So a couple streams are going to be Picture Porch Dino. Oh, nice. So we are going to have some streams that are going to be
You need to put some
construction.
leather up for sale. This is a good moment to try to sell some leather.
Yes.
It's one less container you have to buy if you sell some.
Sheets of leather for $15 a sheet instead of the normal.
Yeah. Make a
um,
deal if you buy more.
yeah, we probably need to put some pellets up on
Probably
Facebook.
should. Oh, you got way too many. That's like part of that corner.
Yeah.
You have a pallet of pelts.
Oh, that would be awesome. A 1950s Rockwell bandsaw. I mean, I'm happy with my 1940s Red Devil paint shaker. I got a 1950s, I think. Trying to think here. The 1950s joiner. We got to restore back there. I've got a lot of antique stuff, but yeah, I've got 2 years worth of work on this makerspace, really trying to get the machines restored. But hopefully, we make content with them while we're doing it, and make things with the
I think
stuff
it's
that's
about
working.
3 years now.
Yeah. Oh. Oh, yeah. That's. Don't remind me on that one. It's going to be 2 weeks before we start the demo, and we're going to see how fast the demo goes.
Probably not that fast, like everything in life. You gotta find places for the stuff in the demo area.
Anybody interested in auction?
We can auction off.
Everything.
Start fresh.
Starting to sound appealing. Oh.
And you still have to clean out all of your dad's stuff with your brother, so it's gonna be a lot of work.
Yeah, at least right now the plan isn't to bring it all here. Yeah, we have his shop to clean out. Can you believe? I appreciate that, Riot. The build out's going to be a job because I'm building 2 bedrooms and a bathroom, or 2 bedrooms, a living room, and a bathroom right now to make for room for my mother and the maker, a wing of it. Then we're putting a kitchen in the makerspace now, apparently. We're doing the bathroom for the makerspace now. And I haven't got plans for the woodworking shop. The motors are fine. I'm actually not going to paint it gray if it's not broke, fix it. Not everything. I'm going to make it mine. The reality is I'm not concerned with everything on value. Now there's a few pieces that have historical value. My drill press is the actual drill press that built the World Trade Centers. I'm not going to change that one's paint scheme. We're going to keep it gray like it was and redo and just restore it. It's going to be a full kitchen apparently. We're going to have a small one for us and then a full one for in the makerspace.
You have
So-
a coffee station for us. Full one for the makerspace.
We're gonna have a stove in it. I mean, but yeah, it's gonna be primarily just.
It's gonna be these though.
I don't either.
The
But
backup piece.
yeah.
Warm and fuzzy stove.
Milkman 3D Medic vents. So yeah, full kitchen, all new kitchen cabinets, handicap accessible
And you're
bathroom.
gonna
all
try to
that.
build these cabinets with somebody.
Yes, and apparently I'm building the cabinets.
You will have help.
So yes, I will have somebody who knows what they're doing helping me, but apparently yes, I'm building the cabinets. Actually, I think they're considering me doing the labor because he's not moving around that great.
Oh, is he having troubles?
Yeah. So
Well, he probably enjoy you doing it.
So yeah, I think the current plan is me building the kitchen cabinets with a guy who used to do kitchen cabinets and build houses. So yeah, that's a plan. We're going to have a sewing section that we have to, on the other end of that corner, the 3D printing section, the vinyl cutting section, the dye sublimation, all of that. And then we're going to get back to the outside stuff, which will be the woodworking and metalwork. We haven't figured that out as far as the time. I think you do. Don't know if you've been here, but I closed my business. So that's freeing up some time. I'm going to be doing that for the next year. I closed my retail store because my father went on hospice and we weren't going to put him in a nursing home, so we closed the store, or in a hospice thing, to take care of him. The original plan was to do partly this and keep the store open, but that didn't happen. So we are going to do this full time for the next year. Yeah. So yeah, I'm going to stream as much of this as I can, because who else is going to have the time or take the time to do this stupid task? I've done worse. I did start a business, move my girlfriend in, and start planning a life and constructing a home before. So why not? Why do things on easy mode, right? Yeah. Why do things on easy mode?
Yeah, you didn't even have a bathroom when I moved here. Well, we had a bathroom, but not a good bathroom.
Welcome in, Static Tides. Did you raid? And did I miss this? I guess. Make sure of that. It doesn't say. It looks like a raid. If so, thank you for the raid. If not, yeah, thank you for the raid, Static Tides. For those that are coming in with her, we are 3D designers primarily. We are currently in the process of building a makerspace. Building a house for my mother to live in inside the makerspace, by the way. And yeah, we're planning on an absolutely stupid build out, because why live life on easy mode? But we designed little fidget toys like, or this is a keychain, but like this little Triceratops we posted. Yeah, we are trying to move her in to where we are planning on trying to do some things that we may or may not get to do, as far as set up a business where we sell stuff that we make. That was actually the goal when we were planning on closing the other store. But worst case, everything's here's paid off, so our bills are under control, as long as I keep it that way and can keep the build under budget. Again, a lot of ifs there. Worst case, I go out and work a job and she keeps the makerspace open. And we can still keep her here full time. Now, luckily I have a wife that's very supportive, but that's her plan. The makerspace, thank you for the follow, was it Linear? I'm not trying to get the makerspace to turn a profit. We will have some materials and stuff back to makerspace. We've debated making a non-profit because there's really no desire or no achievable goal of making that profitable. So we've been debating on ways of trying to turn it into a non-profit for liability and tax reasons, because there's no real way of making a profit on it anyway. It's going to be open. We're trying to inspire some young kids. We will hopefully be able to figure out a way to sell filament, if it's not a non-profit or some way, here to people to help fund it.
I think it's now turned into Inspire Moms group of people.
Yeah. Yes, it will also, inspire older people, give them a place to hang out. Welcome in, Shenanigans. But yeah, that's kind of, it was the goal originally was to inspire young people to do something outside of play video games, but we could do both, hopefully.
Yeah, I think so. I think it's going to start out with your mom.
It is. It is what it is. And, technically people just using the equipment, maybe they'll be fine with young kids being around in that case too.
I think the reality of it is just make people happy.
But give people a place to go build things and fix things. I mean, I know the workbench right now is a mess because we were dealing with in fact, I'm fixing a printer behind me, fixing up some stuff, so I need to be better about keeping my workspace clean. But I've got a full workbench back here that we've got set up to where you can repair circuit board level repair on it. Almost missing a couple items, not much. You could do it. It's just there's a few things that make it better. We'll have 3D printers here, lasers, CNC machines. We'll have a kiln, so I'm hoping at some point to get pottery printing. We'll have metal casting. All of that available to actually repair stuff. And open to the public. We
I
have...
think the metal casting is your toy, by the way.
It is,
I'm
but-
not saying it's the Makerspace toy.
Well, everything's my toy too, but... we have not looked into Cleveland Clinic. The doctor she had is amazing because she went from barely walking around with a walker and hardly being able to move to today. I didn't even see her use a cane.
She's actually doing pretty good today.
In fact, she was doing, when I took her grocery shopping the other day, she was doing wonderful. With her diet and exercise, she's doing a lot better. But I'm also not foolish enough to say that on Parkinson's that at some point she's not going to need help. So before we set up for everybody else to come in here, I'm setting up to take care of my mother. And she's not going to be around forever. So before we do something fun for ourselves, we're going to make sure she's taken care of. And it's not going to hurt us.
Keeping her mentally going too, you know, having things.
And she's an hour away, so me getting her here will be a lot better. So, because right now I'm driving over there, you know, taking care of the property and helping her out a couple days a week. So
I think even though your niece lives with her, I think she'll be less lonely, you know.
and if we're building a makerspace, she enjoys doing things. She enjoys talking to people. So this will give her something to get up for.
And her friends want to come over too.
Yes, that's
So
also.
they're excited too.
That's why she's saying it's now for her and not the kids, because her friends want to come over, and that'll give her something to do. So if I can make my mother's last years around happy, then it's great. It'll give us somebody helping with the makerspace in some ways, as far as maybe using the equipment but still doing something. I think it'll be a good thing for it. So we are looking at that first, and I do apologize because I intended on having the makerspace open, and that did, when that came around and we realized that was going to happen, we slacked on the plans because we didn't want to do the plumbing twice. We didn't want to do everything double. So we basically started trying to figure out what were the plans, and I got to take care of this before, because we only have so much in savings. I got to take care of this before I do run out, and I ended up having to put her in a nursing home, or we had to let her go in, or make her go into a nursing home where we couldn't take care of it. So that had to come first. As soon as, luckily, that didn't derail the plans of the makerspace. And I apologize if. Sorry, this is supposed to be about 3D printing. Was it kerosene cucumbers? This is we are 3D designers. This is actually, well, one of our designs. Here's a large one. I believe this one was printed by Pezlas. I'm not 100% sure. This might have been printed by Maker Millwright, actually.
Like ours.
Did you make the big ones?
Yes.
Okay, might even be ours. I don't know. What's printing? Nothing is printing today.
We weren't home today.
Yeah, we were my
We're
mother's.
on our way.
We were at my mother's today. That's actually probably why that became a topic. Yes, this is a goose we had. Just picked up a few things. The only things we posted this week, unfortunately, are the Triceratops fidgets. We will be posting first part of this week, I think. We just have to print some test models. Because I don't think we have anything new that we can show of that. No, that is an incorrect icon, Pez. We always stab the bag. Have a good one. If it's not broke, fix it. The only appropriate response, Liz, is this. The appropriate way to always stab. See, the mug even says it. Pezlet supports stab the bag. I like to claim I am one of the founding members of Team Stab. So. Should have actually shouted out Pezlet when she came in. Let's see, where my bot is broken.
Isn't it always broken?
Yes. Well, thank you, Riot. Oh, come on. You like stabbing a bag. Entry-level budget printer. I would say, technically, I think the Bamboo is probably the best price for an entry-level. The A1. I know some people disagree, but...
Has much changed in that market, though? Really?
Yeah. I mean, but it depends on what you're making, realistically. So let's go with that. What are your plans on printing? So, okay, we have something on Twitch, which I know you can't see because actually, let's see if I can put that on there. Let's see. Oh, thank you for telling me at least. My Twitch feed is not showing up. Thank you for the level 1, right? We're at a level 1 hype train on Twitch. I'm not sure how that even happened. So thank you guys for that. I would say the Cobra X, a good one to go if you. Does Zombie actually post on YouTube, Pezlas? Closure for electronic devices. If you're printing on electronics devices, I would actually start to think about ABS or PETG for some of it for flammability reasons. Although a lot of people are doing PLA, we've done PLA for electronics devices, but PLA theoretically can light on fire.
Does it light on fire really easily?
No, but I would still, depending, again, electronic device, you're looking at cars, a few other things. I'm not the best guy to answer that one because while I own Bamboos, a U1 would be my thing. Let's see. Does anybody, I know Pez is typically tied or friends with Zombie. Is there any way you could post a link to Zombie's YouTube channel in here by chance, Pez? I think he posted a YouTube. Oh, well, oh, yeah, I thought you were friends with Zombie. I would recommend watching some of his videos on reviews for that because he actually uses more different printers than I do. And the best printer is the one you own. Thank you, Riot. Let me copy that and post it in to YouTube. It's hard for me to open up too many windows. I would look at Yes. He go guy. We call him Zombie Hedgehog. His YouTube channel is Hedgehog Makes. He does some reviews, and all reviews are biased to a certain point. But I believe he actually makes a good show or a good effort into keeping his biases under check. I posted at both places, Riot, from this screen. I don't. My Twitch is kind of twitchy on this one tonight. But if you check out his view or reviews, I'd say that they're less biased than a lot of them. So I would pick on that one. For an enclosed, I still say the Bamboo is a pretty decent one for the price, but there are better. Trying to think.
I mean, our next one's gonna be one, but that's
Well, likely.
likely. I'm not gonna say 100%.
But we do multicolor fidget prints. I mean, that's a different one. Trying to think of. I mean, the Flash Forge has been a popular one lately. That's decent. Yes, the dishwasher is sitting off to the side. Although I'm not going to be able to call it that much longer if we actually install a dishwasher and I start doing dishes.
Notice you have to install a dishwasher to do dishes. I didn't hear I'm gonna.
No,
wash the
and
dishes.
both. I'm sorry, I wash dishes today, just not
Did you
here.
wash it? I did
Yeah.
not see it.
Okay.
I thought maybe somebody else was in there washing them.
No. Well, they were too, but so I'm not going to be able to call her a dishwasher much longer.
Mom come around here like hitting you on the head. That's what you're gonna see. Everybody's gonna be like, "Where's your mom at?" I'm gonna tell your mom. I have more friends than you.
Yeah, I don't think my mother's going to let this fly that I don't do the dishes thing. So I think I'm going to be allowed in the kitchen from now on when after she moves in.
I'm gonna be like, "Get those dishes done."
So I think the days of me being kicked out of the kitchen are about to come to an end, I believe.
You've probably got a little while.
A little while still, but I would say that that's coming to an end very, very quickly. I actually would say the P1S would be a good one for enclosures. Because I would seriously think of Pet G for that. But again, I know it's just theoretical that PLA can light on fire, but it's still theoretical. And you're going to want to put them in a car, or you start to getting heat issues.
The other thing is a lot of people are probably getting rid of some of their X1Cs.
Yeah, I would actually look at used to see what X1Cs and P1s are available
Look at the
used.
hours on them, but
Yeah, you don't want one with like 10,000 hours. I mean, technically, we're going to sell off a couple of X1Cs after the show. We're going to sell them off for space reasons. We're wanting to get another U1, hopefully. So we're wanting to sell off 2 or 3 of them. Welcome in, Killer Prince. Killer Prince is another one to ask. I know he does Vorons. But he may know of an enclosed one. But yeah, we're I'm wanting to get down to get the racks down under control to where we don't have too much of them space taken up, and hopefully we can keep up with the prints on that. We've got a couple of them that we only use when everything else is full, so we're going to sell those first.
they're probably our newest ones.
Yeah.
We're gonna start with selling those.
They're the newest ones, and they were when everything else was running, we'd get to them last. So
I have a favorite printer. I'll use one printer that I know works. You know, I'll use multiple, but I'll have a certain set I'll use for a time, and then.
Yeah, doesn't it suck that you're boyfriend number 3? I mean, that's cold. You should shoot for an upgrade, Killa. I think the tool changers. Oh, it's best friend number 3? Okay. I think I actually prefer the tool changers than the tool or the nozzle swappers. But that's again me. I'm afraid that they're going to hit them hard or do something of that nature. With the ones where they pop the nozzle up and swap them. But that's me, Tulsa. That is not, I'm not saying in H2Cs that I've seen a problem.
Is that actually what they're doing on those ones?
Yeah. They bring the nozzle up and then it comes over, picks it up, instead of it being based against the back of the machine. Takes up a little space that way, but still can be a issue. Again, I've not seen an issue with it. It's kind of like that spring clip for the A1 that I thought was going to be an issue. May or may not be one. Welcome in, Piled. I need to get you on here sometime to actually just do nothing but a demo of the Piled software. Realistic, I probably need to buy it, play with it for a week, and then do that so we can show the alternatives. Because I do believe it's a good program. We were discussing it on another channel. But yeah, I would love to have you on to do nothing but a demo of that. Schedule it even during the week sometime. Because I think it'd be good content as far as for me, and useful. I also would love to try it as far as run it against, compare time-wise on some of the projects, what it would take. Because it'd be an interesting concept. We will plan around it if we're doing that, because it's somewhat going to be for YouTube and left up Piled. But I would love to do it as far as that, work around it. Because I'd actually like that to be on our channel and page. I believe you've got a great program there. Been playing with CAD more lately too than Blender, and that is not pleasant sometimes. But yeah, the H2, there's nothing wrong with any of the printers. If you got a decent printer, most of them are great, but I avoid certain things because I'm scared of certain things. And that's part of the thing. That's why we're probably going to start freeing up cash where I could do something like that. But it'd also be a great program for the makerspace for people who don't want to learn CAD to have on the computer. Oh, did Killer Prince used to live near you? That would be kind of cool to have a streamer near you. Another one, or even somebody who watches the stream. Unfortunately, you're not going to find too many people in my area that I know. Not impossible, though.
No.
I actually thought it was lower because I have heard of PLA igniting here more recently, but I don't know what they were doing with it. 388 is a little bit more than a spark fire. It had to be a hell of a voltage. But I am probably going to be moving a lot of my electronics boxes to PETG for that reason. Also, you do have heat in shops and backs of trucks and stuff like that with tools. Now, granted, I actually think that there's no reason for something like this to ever be totally PETG, or at least in most cases.
You can fight with people on that one.
There's
some people I've seen.
People are softening. When I first got into 3D printing, everybody was like, "Oh, this is the best filament. It's the only filament," and I'm starting to see more intelligent responses out there, to where this is the best for this.
I think 12 years ago it was more ABS. Everybody's like, you have to print ABS. I think at least 12, maybe more than that.
Yes. I mean, it's always been this is the only way to do it, and this is the only thing to do it. And you go into things. Oh well, you're not a 3D printer if you're not doing it this way, or it is my channel, so I can offer my BS. And personally, if I was doing electronics boxes, I would probably be switching to PETG. But that's me. Yeah, gatekeeping. But
Our dyno printed beautifully in that PETG.
yeah, I mean, and we did that for UV resistance. But
Yes.
see, we did some parts in PLA because we were planning on swapping them out.
Right.
So
Probably won't see the day of light for us.
I actually can get the HTPLA thing. I was wanting to play with it. I've got some, but I've heard that it might be a little bit on the brittle side. We'll see, because mine's the older stuff. I bought it right before they got the new. I haven't had a chance to use it yet. And I actually was planning on using it for stuff I was going to put in the car. A cell phone mount. Because I do like printing in PLA. PETG puts out a film. And on the the X1Cs, it ends up messing with my cameras, and I don't like doing it unless I have to. Now, what? It messes up the LiDAR.
Yeah, we got one that's screaming.
And that's why. But where PLA doesn't do that.
Does it just come off?
Yeah, you just have to clean it, but it's still a pain in the ass. So I was going to, and I also wanted to do some decorative material with it. Now, that way I could put accents that aren't HTPLA. Is what it is. May fail, may not, but always one of those things where it's my print and I'm not selling to anybody, so we'll see what happens. PLA will handle most temperatures in this area, even in a car. But my car will sit out there for days without moving. Or my truck. I don't have a car, but so that could become an issue. But there's always, sadly, in fact, there's another good example of why there's more than one way to do it. Is in a lot of cases, the Piled 3D, or I think that's what it's called. Piled 3D software will do what a lot of people will do in CAD. You don't even have to learn CAD. So there is a plus to that. But now I don't think it won't do everything, and it's not designed to do everything. So we can now say you don't even have to learn CAD. Yeah, I mean, cars will get hot enough to where, in most cases, depending, again, you're in Tulsa though, it can get up there. But here with the shade and everything, my cars typically don't get up that high. My shop doesn't get up that high to where it damages PLA. Your use case may change. It depends on how much you're sitting in the sun, all kinds of factors. But we are, I was planning on doing an HTPLA cell phone mount, essentially for my cell phone, to mount it in the, MagSafe mounts on there for my truck. But that's why I bought it. I may do an ABS one instead. We'll see. Because technically, LDO gave me a roll of Purple 8 ABS to run. So I may even end up doing that, because I've acquired that since then. But I wanted to do my own cell phone mount. In fact, probably I will do the Purple ABS because I have the roll, and it's going to be for the Purple truck. I'm not going to put a radar mount in that where I was doing the cell phone mount, because it's one of those vehicles that you don't want to be getting up there high enough to speed for, because the truck I'm printing it in was a 1948 F1 that I'd like to do a cell phone mount in. And you get that thing to highway speeds, it's a while it'll easily do highway speeds, it's an experience. I know, Dark, the mic's working tonight, so that's kind of nice. Hopefully all my mic problems will start to go away. We are running a condenser mic on a camera mount here that I now have workstation capabilities to go down. I think I got it set up finally right. I'm going to leave it like this. So we have our down desk set up so we can show what I'm working on. Show the fidgets. That's a decent camera. The camera that I am you can see me on, and we have mic all on the this tripod. This is an old television station tripod. One of these days I'll take a picture of it.
It's bulky.
Yes. Yeah, vintage television station tripod technically.
Nobody's knocking over that thing.
I'm sorry, Tulsa Skin. I get it. And I appreciate those that stuck it through when my stream did not probably deserve any attendance. But we hopefully will be improving on it and getting it better. Luckily, I have this rail essentially that's got a mic on it, movable camera, and an up down looking camera. This is all on this tripod, so I can take it out and work in the shop as well now. Although getting this through the door may be a challenge. But we we do have all of that. Hopefully again it will be better. Unfortunately, I also found I can't run all these on a dock, or at least not the dock I had. So it took me a while to learn, and I do apologize. That was a problem that I apologize again. It sucks. Hopefully we only have a couple more streams, and then we will be I don't know, does everybody would everybody want to watch tear out streams or construction streams, or is that going to be too much? I do have an ad in 1 minute and 45 seconds because I happen to get Twitch to work. Is everybody actually interested if we stream construction? I know we're not going to stream all of our plumbing because that is going to be frustrating. Alright, we will stream some of it. The plumbing is going to be very, very frustrating. So I'm not sure how much of that I'm going to stream because I have to figure it out. Unfortunately, some of our plumbing for this place is set in 2 foot of concrete. Frustrating for me, Cruising Girl. Because unfortunately the PVC pipe underneath the floor is set in concrete, so we have to work around that. We have very little control over that. I will wear a belt, Jedi Spidey, I promise. Nobody wants to see that. Yes, and probably entertaining for the viewer. Yes, that would be a very other.
We wear a mustache.
Luigi mustache. Oh, gonna give me a green shirt or and a Luigi mustache. That may be a political statement right now. But,
yeah. Oops.
I didn't thought about that.
Mario, sorry.
I definitely don't like the Mario. I do prefer the green than the red, but cool. And I'm not wearing white gloves either. Not.
We're wearing red right now. What are you talking about?
Oh, you're right. But yeah, the plumbing is going to be interesting. Probably would be entertaining for the viewer because I'm going to have to deal with broken pipes already.
Let's just say it wasn't meant to be a house.
Yeah. Now remember, I live in a lumber yard. This is yes, ex lumber yard. Oh, ads. Wait till the ads get off. For those that are subs, thank you very much. I do see I got a subscriber today. Thank you for whoever that is. Because I'm sure they can see it. See if I can scroll up and actually see who it was. I don't see it. I can't see it, but thank you very much for whoever it is. I need to get my alerts fixed, and I will probably try to fix that. Ah, well, okay. For those that don't know, for our situation, because apparently the ads are off, we will be able to make the plumbing work, but we live in a lumber yard, so this was never intended to be a house. This actually was a hardware store. That's how we have so much space. We will figure out a way to make it work, but it will be a challenge in some cases because we are going to have essentially 2 apartments in here and the makerspace. So that will be our challenge to make it all work. False floor, no, we have to have it handicap accessible, so I can't raise it all up. That would defeat the purpose of it, and I don't want anything as far as steps. So, and I also do want it handicap accessible for people to come in the makerspace. So we would like to, as much as possible. I don't know that we're going to be able to legally achieve the handicap because of the toilet. We're going to see about that. What? What? Oh. But I'd like to be as close as possible. I know the toilet has to be within so many inches, and we're going to have a backflow toilet, or the way we're going to have to do the toilet, it may not be legally, but I'd like to have it as close as possible in case somebody is handicapped. And for my mother, too, to get around. Oh, it'd have to be more than 3 inches to get some of it through. But the way that it is, the 3-inch ramp would be difficult. So our best bet is to not get creative. It's going to be all legal with the plumbing, but it's still going to be a job. The toilet's going to have to flow through the back, which limits my sizing of it. That may actually affect my getting it legally handicap accessible. We'll see. To get it all to flow in, and we're going to have to work around getting the plumbing in certain areas to get the drainage right. She said. But the way it is with the hallway essentially there, it's going to be an issue. We're going to do the best we can with what we have, and trying to keep it under budget. So we're going to try to give it enough room where you can get a wheelchair in and out of the bathroom, get easy accessible to the toilet and sinks, stuff like that, and get everything as accessible as we can, and do the best we can. with what we have to work with. It used to have a step up even to get the toilet to work at all. Oh wow. I'm not going to claim it unless we meet all the standards of it, but I'd like to get as close as I can. Because we want everything as accessible as we can get. Because we want everybody to be able to feel comfortable coming in that we can possibly do. Because this is an inspirational thing, hopefully, for somebody. Maybe somebody will be inspired to do something. That's the goal. This is not going to be a profit center. I'm not going to... this is the hardest thing I've ever done in a lot of ways in my life. Starting a business is hard, but trying to get something like this off the ground is so much harder. Because you know it's not even going to, or at least I don't think it's going to be able to turn a huge profit in my area, but I think that it can make a difference in the area. So, and when I'm not trying to get the government to fund it or, necessarily get everybody to pay for it, because I know the local community won't support enough of it. It's very difficult to get this going. Hopefully I do it. In fact, actually we will do it. It's but we have to work ways in to make money outside of this. But we're hoping we can get it all done as far as wheelchair accessible as possible. I don't think that it's ever going to be. The makerspace is not going to be profitable. We just got to find other ways to pay for it. Luckily, I've got most of the gear. We will be looking at grants a lot after we get it going, but we've got I think we're going to have a decent makerspace the day we open, and it'll get better every time I get a machine done. We would like to do workshops for schools. We're going to trying to get back into it, the schools, because that's been an issue in the past. But we would like to get back into it after we are into working with them and allowing them to come in and use the machinery and start with that. But I mean, realistically, by the time you add a sewing section, especially we can pull off a little bit of a cooking section. I'll make a list of the machinery, but we actually, I think, have a decent one going in because we do have a lot of the machinery we bought ourselves, and hopefully be adding more because we do have a embroidery machine. We do have a upholstery machine. We do have regular sewing machines for the setup, commercial ones. We do have a diode or IR laser and I think a 20 watt right now diode laser. We've got multiple 3D printers. We have vacuum forming, heat presses, surface grinder, lathe, mill, small mill at least. We've got a CNC router. We've got as soon as I get it fixed, a vintage joiner. Technically 2 lathes. I mean, it's a decent one. So we've got the starts of it. It will hopefully grow. We have, I think, the start of it. We would love to get, again, I'm going to try to get back in schools, but I got to get everything else done first. It's going to be January at least now before we can open. by the time we get the rooms built and construction done. But you know, we are definitely going to be adding. I'd like to add a quilting machine, which I think will be popular here. We've been looking for one. You know, we'd love to add that into the makerspace, a full-on quilting machine, because that's something most people can't have at their homes. That would be a nice addition. Then we'll start. After I get the quilting one, I'll be done with the sewing section, I think, unless I get a commercial embroidery machine or a better one. And we'll be focusing on probably the woodworking would be the next step. Because I need a planer at least for what I got, and then we could actually build decent woodworking stuff. I'd probably like to get a nice table saw, but you know, you can do a lot with a track saw, at least until I get one. And then maybe a better mill for the metalworking. After that, probably for the most part done. Unless somebody can come up with something else. Alright, you're going to get rid of the lean-to and put in a new door. He likes the lean-to look of it. We do have a kiln, so I do also going to have to work on pottery, I think, at some point. Maybe glass blowing. I know he had a door, but he kind of seemed to like it laying around where he could use it as a lean-to. I haven't been on George's today because I was gone. For those that don't know, get this a shout out on them both. If I'm in a stream, chances are I'm in that one. That is George. That is Cruising Girl stream. She streams a pig, for anybody that doesn't know. I spend a lot of time in her stream. I actually kind of like watching George prance around. It's calming. What does Frosty say? I don't know if I got Frosty on here, do I? But that, I don't know if I have Frosty anymore, Cruising Girl. But yeah, I don't know. Frosty's been mean to me lately, Cruising Girl. For some reason, I think I accidentally turned it off. You're authorizing? Okay. I'll take a look at it after the stream. Because we are planning on trying to stream more when we get that up. And more in projects, but I will have to look into that. I hope to also stream. Somebody sent a scanner to donate to the space for us to try to use. A new one. So we're going to try that. I get that piled. I mean, you got your software that's actually quite useful to them. So I understand that. I'd like to have events here. To be perfectly honest, Sandy would love BattleBots events. That would probably be her jam. So we would love to have like a small BattleBot arena that we bring out. That every once in a while have events like that. That'd probably be outside in the shop area. What?
We'll have the mom's BattleBot.
That would actually be fun.
That
The older
would be
lady.
hilarious, dude.
That would actually be hilarious. But I think we'd have.
Be in there trying to take people out. It'd probably be good for them.
Yeah, probably. It actually would be good for them, but that would actually be funny as hell.
That would be.
In fact, if we actually do a BattleBot arena, we should mount cameras inside of it. That's what I'm talking about. It'd be nice to have a one. Well, maybe on wheels we roll out of the way, but we would love to have one that's permanent with cameras in it, set up. That might have to not be in the enclosed area. It might be in the shop side, to where you can roll it out of the way underneath the pallet racking or something. But that would be something we would love to have. A more permanent arena. And maybe some battle bots that people can actually drive that we repair every once in a while ourselves for it. Some ant weights at least. But that would be a fun one for us. Event wise, we've got parking. Our biggest issue is whether or not we can get people here, because we are. I mean, I got to drive 20 miles to buy milk. So it's whether or not people will show up here, Piled, is the issue. I've joked that once we get it all open, I'd love to have burning Benchy and have a camp out event here. But
Well, apparently the PLA will burn, no?
technically it will.
Sorry.
I think you have to pass BFE to get here, Cruising Girl. I mean,
You can just have a bunch of cameras.
and maybe that's something we do, to where it's a virtual thing where we build things for people and they, buy the materials and pay a little bit towards it to keep it open. That might be something we actually, we are planning on trying to make things in here and restore equipment as part of our stuff. So we'll figure something out. But we do have the space for it. But yeah, burning an event here would be a definitely the hardest part would be get housing for people, unless they camped. Because there's a campground close here. There's a bunch of campgrounds around here, but there's no hotels anymore.
Probably didn't want to stay at those motels.
Yeah, you got a point.
Especially where some of them are located.
Some of them look like the Bates Motel. In fact, one could have been the Bates Motel.
That's rude.
You called it the Bates Motel for years when we drive by it.
I think they did a lot of work to it. It's probably a little bit better. Well, they wanted to change it into something else. I don't think they ever got a chance to.
No, it's for sale again now.
Is it?
Yeah. It's just a big room now. But there's two hotels that are
How
that.
do you know that?
It's on Marketplace.
Oh, it was?
Yeah. And it's just a big open room now. They've gutted it. All the doors on the side, just a big old open lodge looking room.
It'd probably be the perfect place for a stop.
You build it, they will come. If we can get the makerspace where people come, we will figure out a way to build a place for people to stay.
You're like, it would rain that day.
What?
It'd be raining, didn't you?
Yeah. I don't know what there is a hotel a little in a town south of here. What about? It's probably still 12 miles.
Probably
But,
20 miles.
yeah, there's 20 hotels 20 miles from here. But we will have a open house at least, an event at some point when we get the full shop running. We will have an event that people will be invited to. I promise
It's
that.
just getting kicked down the road a little bit right now.
Yeah. It's going to be kicked down until I get the rooms built and
Get your mom settled.
my mother settled. Because again, I have to take care of her first. Otherwise, we'd be in a position where we couldn't do it. I don't know what they did with the Chief Hotel down there. So, RV hookup. There will be at least 2 of those at some point. I've also promised that. And there is a RV campground less than a mile away. I think I'm going to have to do more than that piled for as far as allowing people in, at least at first. I don't know why I didn't notice it's just so much today. But we'll see. I mean, again, this is not... I'm expecting either I'm going to have to figure out a way to, at some point, sell stuff from from this space and warehouse, or I'm going to have to get a different job at some point. But we have a lot of merch to sell, merchandise from our business to sell off to extend that out too. So, doing coffee roasting. See, yeah, the problem is I don't even drink coffee, Cruising Girl. Wouldn't be opposed to roasting coffee, but I don't think that crowd is necessarily my thing. But yeah, I got a couple ideas that might turn profitable. We'll see. Making things that people aren't doing. But yeah, we're not going to find any of that out until be like a drug dealer that doesn't partake yet. We will have canned drinks here, obviously. We've got an old soda machine we're going to fix up for that. Welcome in Projects in Dad's Garage. I've got a 40s Coke machine we're going to hopefully get fixed up and sell Cokes out of. What?
It's on the list.
Well, yeah, my list is... It's going to be years before the list is totally done, but that one would be nice to have done as well, because that one's kind of one of my pet things. So they'll be able to sell canned drinks out of that. It doesn't have... This one was when people were actually expected to be honest enough to go pay without the coin mech. That's how old the machine is. Go To Llama, welcome in Go To Llama. Thanks for joining. Project in Dad Garage, or anybody, if you do actually want to step up. Oh, great. Power just blipped. Let's actually open it up. I'm not going to do a Monster Rehab water fountain. I do have a 1940s Coke machine that we will, or soda machine that basically we will be setting up to sell some drinks out of. I have thought about that piled, and that's what people keep asking us to do. But I also hate to. Yeah. I gotta get my mother settled first, and her section of the place built before I can actually even have people in. Wouldn't you agree, Sandy? Or
yeah.
So that's the primary goal. After that, then we have to figure it all out. She knows it's going to be opened as a makerspace.
She can actually go right along it. She loves people. She's perfect for it.
So she knows that she will be living right, and it's basically essentially inside of a makerspace, because we live upstairs. That's the only way we can afford to do this. I can't go pay thousands of dollars a month in rent and open one up. It will never make it. Not in this area. And even renting here, I'd be looking at over $1,000 a month to get a rent makerspace type setup. Probably $1,500, $2,000 minimum to get the type of space I need. Monster Ultra. I'm not sure which one that one is, but we will probably have some Monster drinks in here for people to buy.
We drink Monster.
Yeah, we do drink Monster. Okay. PIG has joined. Let me add him in. I do recognize the name at least. We do not have a camera on you. Okay, Projects in Dad's Garage. Okay.
I said all of it.
Swap
I
you
don't
out.
know why it decided to be stupid at the last minute.
Let's see if I can swap them. Bring this over here maybe. Okay, I'm going to put the chat over on me to be polite. You're better looking than I am anyway, so we'll just go with that answer.
I don't think so.
But,
Mike disagrees.
No, I don't know. I don't want to ask her because I'm afraid of the answer. My wife even loves me even though I'm funny looking. Let's just go with that one. But White shadow. I guess I got white walls. I don't know if it you can read it or not on this. What if I can get? Can I make the solid background or something? Let's see.
Why is my video mirrored? That's a new one. Settings, video, mirror camera. There we go. Holy cow, that was messing with me. Sorry.
But I mean, I could see you actually opening up something like that. Projects in Dad's garage.
What's that?
Open up a makerspace out of your place.
So there isn't anything, but local anyway. I have to travel down to Columbus, which is like 45 minutes away. But I don't know. It might be one of those build it and they will come kind of things, or jeez, these flies, man. Or it might be one of the situations. But either way, I don't have the money to invest in the tooling, equipment, and stuff like that.
I wonder if that works. Looks like. Okay, can get to where I can read it.
It is a very solid workbench. I just had to move it. It is extremely heavy.
Oh, is that 2x4 straight or just a sheet of plywood on top of it?
So it's made with 4x4s, 2x6 or 2x8, and some 2x4s, and then 3/4 inch plywood. You're probably like, "Bull, I don't know about that." But now I've got the blown out section that's white there is a piece of white engineered marble, sink cutout for on a countertop.
All my workbench back there, the only one I still run anymore is metal for my garage. Now, obviously, here I got this butcher block top on a adjustable height legs,
Yeah.
but in fact,
Originally, the
everything-
plan was where the Lazy Susan is over there was going to be granite. I wanted to get a piece of granite, and then the other side was going to be butcher block. But yeah, you got to.
If I was building a workbench, I would probably try to cut out a Lazy Susan in it. I used to always want to do that for my own workbench and put a lock on there where you could actually lock it underneath.
Oh, that'd be sick. LTX.
That would be a nice one where you just put a pin in it and you lock it to where it won't roll or turn around to where you can have it either way. You pull the lever and it will spin to where you can lock your logo in it, especially if you could do something like LTXs. I do plan on building I've got a CNC machine with the epoxy, but I would like a butcher block top, so I don't think I could afford to have LTX build it the way I want it, comparatively to what I could do here. So I'm going to build my own, inspired by his, so I'm not going to start selling them. And besides, I don't know that I could sell a butcher block Lazy Susan. But yeah, it'd be a little expensive, a tad.
Yeah.
I've got what I'm using is a glass one. Yeah, it is going to be heavy, but my workbench in the back can lift 2,000 pounds as what the motors or the hydraulics are rated for, and what the thing is set up for. I picked up an 8,000 pound truck with it the other day, so it actually will exceed that. But it's my workbench back here will handle a full size one. we'll see. I may back down and just do something like LTX has already done. In which case, I just wish I would have bought it because from what I can tell, he's reasonable. By the time you do an epoxy filled and
Yes, for what goes into those, they're extremely reasonably priced. Um, uh,
even with the equipment and the capability of building one, I just and he does
yeah,
a wonderful
and
job.
yeah,
Yeah.
and like that's I think 30 or 32 inches across. It's 30 inches across in diameter. So it'll fit a 350 size um, boron on there. So any of your printers like the H2Ds, you know the big Max printers,
See,
probably I don't know. I'd have to get somebody to measure like a Rat Rig 500 to see if that would fit on there. But
now maybe my wife will find what we used to look for, a pallet positioner, essentially for building. That's what I'd always wanted to be able to table out of. I don't know if you're familiar with what that is.
mm-mm.
It's for wrapping pallets. It's a lift table
Oh yeah.
with a
Okay.
large, huge Lazy Susan style thing on it
hmm
that
Yeah,
you can
we
lock.
use them at work all the time.
Yes, to where they turn. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what we were wanting for a workbench. It was a pallet positioner because
Yeah.
essentially that's what my workbench is built out of. They made a version that had wheels on it, and that's it. It's actually for unloading pallets. It picks up about shoulder height, lifts 2,000 pounds because that's typically what your pallet will. A lot of pallets will max out at about 2,000 pounds. So you can set the pallet on it, roll it around with the pallet on it, and unload it. That's actually what it's for. But it made a
Yeah.
hell of a workbench because the 1/4 inch thick steel, huge wheels, heavy weight that you could roll around, just to whatever height you want. Nice workbench. So that's basically what it is. But I wanted the one with the Lazy Susan style top on it, to where you could turn it. Just also not what everybody wants in their workbench. I get, but I thought it'd been kind of cool. you know.
Yeah. So the ones I'm
Yeah.
thinking of, uh, you'd have to, well, you have space, or could have space if you move stuff. I'm There's no way I'd fit something like that in there because the ones I'm thinking of uh, would, I don't know, what is it, like 6 feet by like 5 feet or so, uh, like 4 foot print, and like we'd set the pallets on it, and then you push a button, it'd spin it so you could wrap it with the saran
Oh, this
wrap
one
and
doesn't automatically. This is for unloading. Now you're talking about loading there. This is for the guys that you ship the pallets to. You were shipping out for that, right? This is
well, we
for the
receive
guy.
stuff too,
Well, this is
but
for like if you've got a warehouse that you're putting, like Amazon, for example.
hmm
They a pallet positioner will be to help them unload it. It just has a turntable on top. It doesn't automatically turn. It's for you unstack it, you turn the pallet, you unstack more. So it's manually turned. It doesn't turn automatically. They're a little smaller. They're about the size of a pallet. In fact, my workbench back there has it. I think it's about 60 inches by 48 inches or something like that. Is what the tabletop is. That again, this one's that one I have rolls around and got a 1/4 inch thick piece of steel. So
Yeah.
decent durability workbench. I agree, not what you put in your average garage, but you know, that's it's also not what your average person has. I understand all that, but I do have a little bit of space. You know, I'm running out of it, sadly. You would think with 30,000 square foot under roof, you could park your car inside, but that's not the, our 6 car garage you could park inside. um, but it's not been my case. If I clean out, I could park a semi inside the or back garage with the trailer. But right now I can't. It has had one in it.
Yeah, I'm gonna send you a link to what I was. This is, soon as I can manage to spell built correctly. Jesus. All right. Yeah, sent you a link to what I was talking about. Oh,
No, that is not it. This is actually what I'm talking about.
oh, okay. I've not seen one of these.
For that, I'm going to post a Uline link in for the chat so they can see what I'm talking about. This is what I used to want. That you can find them on auctions where they're selling off places for a lot less than that. Obviously, I wasn't going to pay that price for it, but
So I tell you what killed me. What was it? 2-3 months ago, somebody might be in chat who could tell me, but uh, it was in Indiana. Um, a guy had a layout table. You know, what is that, like 8 inches of granite and 4 foot by 8 foot on self-leveling like airbag thing and everything. Wanted $500 for it, but I had no way to get it. If I had had a truck with a trailer, because you're not even putting that in the back of a pickup truck. That granite weighs more than you know, even like F-250 is going to haul around.
oh yeah, that is a trailer thing. But see, the problem is, would they have the ability to load it for you?
No,
I mean, so you'd have to have a trailer
it was
to load
on you
the tractor.
to disassemble, load, and so it would be rent a truck, rent a trailer, and I mean a big truck and a big trailer, and rent a forklift, put it on said trailer, drive it to Indiana, pick it up, and drive it back home. So it would have probably ended up costing me like $1,500 for that table, but it still would have been, you know.
I mean, I'm not saying that I've done
And
I've done dumber
it had
things.
just been recertified by whatever their weights and measures and stuff out there in Indiana is.
Recertified
Like,
flat.
yeah, it had just been done like 6 months prior. But
That would have been nice because that would have been a really nice layout table.
oh yeah,
I'm not sure I would pay $1,500. I do want a granite table. I've seen them not certified cheaper than that, but where you get a decent sized granite slab. But yeah, I would have, been interested. Technically, my lift table came out of Indiana, so the one I got, it came out of
Yeah.
a glass factory. The one,
I mean, if you were somebody that had a truck and a trailer, or you lived local there, whatever, even if you had to go rent a forklift from Sunbelt for half a day or something, to load and unload that thing for $500 plus, you know, $125 for forklift rental for a couple hours. It would have been
If you actually had a
worth it.
tractor and because the granite slab's probably that size, maybe 2,000 pounds, maybe. But it wouldn't have been long enough to taken off a decent sized regular tractor probably would have moved the granite slab, and that's a heavy part of it. So if you had a 16-foot trailer and a F-250, you could hold it. But you'd still
I
need a
have
trailer. You
access
couldn't put it in bed.
I could have borrowed my brother-in-law's F-250, but I didn't have access to a trailer. So
And see, you would need a trailer to go down there with the tractor, load it up. Possibly, depending on if you could get the tractor, the table and the tractor back on the trailer to get it back home. So you do have that issue. And that actually would have been the biggest issue because you'd have to go back and get the tractor. You know?
yeah, that's why I said a forklift. Like a forklift would have, you know, you could have pulled that up on the trailer, and you know, uh, 16 to 20-foot trailer. Hell, even just a car trailer, if
Mhm.
if it was stout enough. That, but because a forklift's not light by any means.
No, that's also the problem. That's actually the biggest issue with the fork truck. Transporting a fork truck is not for the weak. That's in fact that would have been harder than transporting the table. That's why I said tractor. Tractor would be considerably lighter, and probably would have done the job. So it would have been a lot easier to get a hold of, a lot cheaper to rent. That scenario. That's why I said tractor versus fork truck. We used to use skid steers to unload large equipment. You could easily pick up that size. I would think that size granite and everything to handle it, but you're still looking at a boatload of weight because you're looking at what 6 inches thick. You said.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, you're.
It was 6 or 8 inches thick. It was
Yeah.
a chunky boy.
That would have been a
The
nice
listing
table.
said the listing said how
Yeah.
much it weighed, but I can't remember now.
And that would have been important to know, but I would have guessed somewhere around 2,000 pounds for that, which some tractors will do.
I want to say it was more, significantly more than that.
If it was more than that, maybe it would have been something you couldn't handle with a tractor. Most tractors wouldn't handle much more than 2,000.
Because
Because you also
I
have
remember saying
we're at
it
forklift.
wouldn't go in a 1-ton.
Well, it's kind of weird because what people think a truck will handle versus what it will. Most of the time, it's actually brakes your limitation. Is not what your engine will pull. It's what the truck brakes will stop. That's actually typically your limitation more than anything. Your truck will pull a lot more than what you should pull. Your
The
frame
thing
will
I
break.
looked
Your thing will break.
into, because it was all still assembled, was I looked at Penske with liftgate on the back of it, and that would have done it. But by the time I rented that, paid for fuel, it put it outside of the realm of what I had for money.
The other thing you could have looked at is a tow truck. I've moved equipment like that with a tow truck before. A rollback.
Yeah.
I have actually moved. You can move a lot of stuff with a rollback. I've moved heavy equipment before.
Yeah, rollback would have probably worked because you got a winch to winch it up on the bed.
That actually would have gotten it there. I don't know what the tow bill would have been, but
Not something I can afford. I probably rented the Penske truck for less.
possibly. but I've actually moved stuff that way before. It's called a tow truck company. They'll actually charge you less to move stuff like that, oddly, than a car, which seems weird to me because a car would be easier to load, but whatever. To each their own. But we have actually used tow trucks to move equipment before, because we've got a lot of larger equipment. Most of the time I've been able to get a tractor or something to get it loaded, or a fork truck to load it and then have to deal with unloading it. I've never actually used AAA, but I've called tow trucks to move mills. So, it's, and a lot of mechanics will have tow trucks move toolboxes, which is actually what they're pricing it for, is to move a toolbox typically. So they're looking at the business that the guys can send that are doing that sort of thing, so it's a little bit cheaper. That might be the price wise. But I have actually moved equipment that way. I'm trying to remember what, because most of the time, if I can get it loaded, I can get it unloaded. We can use a gantry crane that we have, which is lift 2 tons, and typically most of the stuff I move, 4,000 pounds is enough to get it off. We also have a tractor that lifts about 2,000 or so pounds, and a few other machinery. Or we've got cherry pickers, or engine hoists, stuff like that. I have also I had my 4-post car lift and jacked it off that way. Yank it onto the car lift and then lower the car lift. Off the trailer. We've done that sort of thing. But it's rigging equipment is its own little thing. You don't want to do that if you're new, and a lot of companies won't let you do it.
Sorry, what's that? The little one was asking me a question.
I said rigging equipment's its own little thing. A lot of places won't let you come on site without your own insurance.
Yeah.
For rigging, and that could have been something that they would have done. We have bought equipment cheap because they wouldn't let people on site without insurance. And
This was out of a guy's home shop. This wasn't like at a machine shop or anything like that. This was out of a guy's home shop. He said he was moving. That's why he was selling it.
And he didn't want to move that cross country. I get it. I mean,
I don't know where he was moving, but
he's probably moving into an apartment. I've seen people do that, but
I mean, he could have been an older gentleman that was just getting out of it or whatever. But for it to have been recertified that recently, he obviously cared about it.
Yeah, that seems actually odd to me, because that's not cheap, I don't believe. Typically, I think they actually peel off a layer, like they used to do on butcher blocks, where they just sand it down and peel a layer to make it flat again.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
I've never actually been involved in certifying a granite table. I've used them for sanding blocks. Because you essentially wet sandpaper and stick it to it, and then use it to sand down like heads or stuff like that.
Yeah.
So I've used granite blocks, inspection blocks. Never one that big. In fact, in person, I've never seen one that large.
I don't know what that guy was doing with it. I had questions, but I wasn't going to try to go in there and start kicking tires for something that.
I get it.
All I had was the information he had posted on the listing.
Someday I would love to have an inspection block here, a small one at least. I don't know why, but at some point I'd love to have that type of machine shop. I don't know that I ever will, because most of my machinery is antiques. So I'm not sure I'm going to get that kind of accuracy out of it. I mean, I would love to have a better mill than what I have, but I'm also wanting an old one. I don't want a CNC mill.
I can tell you it was way more than I needed to build 3D printers on. Doesn't
Yeah,
mean
I
I wouldn't
mean,
have done it though.
I, I would have done it. I mean, so I can't say anything. Hell, I would have bought it and stuck it in the shop or showroom and used it as a bench for people to put laptops on for classes. Hell, or eat on. Would have been a nice little kitchen table for the space.
Uh,
Both expensive
I don't
and a
know if
weird looking
my
kitchen table ever.
kitchen floor joist would support a table like that.
Yeah, but wasn't intended to be a kitchen. So, I should take a picture of the plumbing where it goes down through in my shop. It actually drops 2 feet at the where the toilet's going to go into the ground. I found out it dropped 2 feet because I measured it, and I was like, "Oh, I can get under the building and fix this, right?" Because we needed to trace the pipe to hook up our new sewer system. You would think 2 feet you could climb under the building and look at it, especially when it's on the edge. Can you believe my floor is over 2 foot thick? The concrete.
That's
That's insane.
yeah.
That's they
I'm trying
use
to think how
concrete.
thick the concrete was at work. I think it might have been 8 to 10 inches or something.
They use concrete as infill to level the building. Back when this was built, it's 2 foot thick on that end of the building. That's insane. Absolutely insane.
That was an expensive slab to pour.
Yeah, I can't afford the concrete in this building. Because there's no way you could have convinced me before I dug underneath the building and found out the floor was 2 foot thick that I couldn't find that plumbing pipe coming out the bottom. You never would have convinced me that. When I measured it, it went down 2 foot down of a drop there. You,
Yeah.
you wouldn't have convinced me of that until I dug under it, found out the floor is that thick all the way across.
What were they lagging to the floor that they wanted concrete that thick?
They
You
said it looked like there was a dip in everything, and they basically used it as infill. I never would have. Don't remember concrete being that cheap, but that was built in 1980, so I can't tell you. Or this building was, or it opened in 1980, so built in late 1970s.
The
But
dude owned the concrete factory as well.
the construction's a little bit weird, so they did do a lot of things weird. It had 3-phase power and bus bars.
Dude,
So
I wish it. This I got 3-phase power right there. I can look out of my garage window and see 3-phase power, and they won't hook me up to it.
I am unhooked from 3-phase, but when it was built, it had 3-phase power here and bus bars. Part of me wants to yank the bus bar out and sell it because that's a huge chunk of copper that goes the length of the building. But and I don't understand what I would actually use it for. But it's actually we're not even talking wires. We're talking a bus bar.
Yeah, I tell you, if you want to figure out what you'd use it for, sell it, and the day after you'll know what you'd use it for.
I've got sub panels in here are 250 amps. That's my
That's
sub
my-
panel.
That's my problem. My entire house is only 100 amp service, and I put a clamp meter on, and I was pulling over 80 amps off of each leg. What was it? A couple weeks ago, and I didn't even have like all the printers fired up or anything like that. Just
I've got single breakers that are higher than that. um, yeah, it's I've got multiple sub panels that are over 250 amps going to them. Now they're not used like that anymore, but the amount of power that this building has is absolutely insane. I don't know what they were planning on doing with it when they opened up, but it is absolutely nuts. So we are never going to be lacking in power. The breaker box near where the kitchen's going is full, so I'm gonna have to use another one. But are limited as much as possible. But it's just, yeah, there's no reason to be running a sub panel of 250 amps. I had a 150 amp set of wires that were exposed, turned on the breaker in the ceiling when I bought the place. Just sitting there, 150 amp wires going to them. You know, set up for 150 amp. I have no idea what it was used for, but yeah, we traced it and it was just bare wires in the ceiling. It's crap.
With that many amps, it could.
Yeah.
There could be a short in that, a decent short before it's going to.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it could have lit the place on fire. We had to do a full search of the place because that was just sitting there. Probably been there for 10 years. They didn't know about it. Breaker was on. We obviously turned it off, hooked it up to a breaker box, and ran a 150 amp breaker box off of it. But yeah, now one of the great things is I've got wires, lights next to every breaker box where I can shut the breaker box off and have the lights next to it on. So I can work in a dead breaker box with light.
That's good.
That was kind of cool. So that's really cool when you have multiple sub panels. And I don't get in the I think it's 600 amps tip going to the thing. I don't get in that breaker box that often with the bus bars. Just I don't know. I don't want to get electrocuted with 600 amps of current.
No.
So I avoid that box. There's nothing I can't wire to a sub panel. Is my theory on the subject.
Yeah. I'm not ignoring you. I just need to get this.
Oh, I get it. Hey, what are you working on, by the way?
Print start. So I've got this nice set of Westward nut drivers. On the workbench, I've got 2020 extrusion that goes vertically, and then I run DIN rail across, and I use DIN rail mounts just to attach like all my tools and stuff to the DIN rail. So I'm making a mount for the nut drivers. I'll put up another piece of DIN rail, and
That's the one thing I never have. Or I've got a couple sets of nut drivers, but I never got used to using nut drivers for anything. So
it depends on what you're doing. I didn't have a whole lot of need for them when for a long time, and then I used to use them on RC cars, right? And then I didn't have you on it for a long time because I don't use like nut drivers and stuff working on cars and whatnot. But now I'm doing printer stuff and assembling different projects and whatnot. It's oftentimes easier to use a nut driver.
I just and maybe it's because I spent so much time as a mechanic or working on heavy enough equipment that I just never got in the habit of it. Even on these, I'll end up getting a ratchet. Now, it'll be a thumb ratchet, but it's still a ratchet. I do not like the impact, so I'm not going to go grab a power screwdriver typically, because I don't believe in tightening things with an impact. But see, I also use a torque screwdriver when a lot of times building these stuff, because you don't want to warp the aluminum, and it's easy to strip out. So
Yep. Right here.
yeah, I've got the same one actually. There's one of mine. Not a common tool you see, but in fact, you're the first person I've seen on here have something like that. But I had that exact same screwdriver.
Spend enough
So-
time putting bolts into aluminum. You realize that torque specs exist for a reason. Plus, and I have an aversion to putting Loctite on stuff. Generally, if you torque it down to the right torque spec for what we're doing with printer builds and stuff, you don't Loctite. Like, I don't care how much your printer shakes; it's not shaking enough to shake screws loose that are torqued properly.
I've never actually had anything shake enough for a torque screw or a torque screwdriver or a torque screw to work. Just out of curiosity, did you ever get one of these belt tension tools? Since you're obviously before they got rid of them. Let's see.
So I don't have that one. I have the PF Makes one. Who designed the 3D printed one before, and then Big Tree Tech kind of copied his homework on it. So it's
I got this because when I was buying or I was going to print one, and this was cheaper because they were clearancing them out from Big Tree Tech.
So the issue with those is it gives you a distance measurement rather than like a how many pounds. So this is literally 0 to 3 pounds of tension on a belt, and
Yeah.
after you get past 3, it starts getting exponential for the where it is. Like, it doesn't scale linearly past that. But yeah, it just
Now this one you have to use math because you have to calculate the distance for all of this. I get that. I mean,
yeah.
I
This
was just
one
curious if you
doesn't.
actually used one because a lot of people don't. Welcome in NASA Trades.
Now,
Haven't seen you in a while.
You do have to calibrate this. It's got a spring tension system in there, and then you use a piece of piano wire, basically. It goes in there that has a known deflection under a certain weight and stuff to recalibrate it.
I was just curious how you did it because I assumed you had something. Because
Yeah.
let's be real, while I have one of those gear inch torque screwdrivers, you're actually the first person outside of me that I've ever seen have one. So, that's
Yeah. Now, is yours in inch pounds or is yours in Newton meters?
it's the same exact screwdriver as yours. It does Newton meters and I thought it had inch pounds on the other
No,
side.
so there's a variation. There's two variations. One that's inch pounds and one that's Newton meters. I used the Newton meter one.
I could have sworn mine had one on one side, one on the other on that one. I've got two torque screwdrivers. I have a more expensive version, but Gear Inch used to send me free tools, and they sent me that to compare it to. The other one I have is a lot more expensive. I do prefer the Gear Inch one, but for some, I know it's got Newton meters, but I thought it had inch pounds on the other side. So I
Or at
could have
least
sworn
mine
it had
doesn't.
both.
Mine's just Newton meters. Pretty sure.
Um, inch pounds is one thing, but these actually go down to 1 Newton meter, I believe. Let me actually go grab mine.
Yep, mine's just Newton meters, 1 to 6. So I got mine a long, long time ago for tightening optics when you're mounting optics on rifles. Those optics are very expensive, and you do not want to break them. Yeah, I could definitely see it on a motorbike as well, because screw comes loose. That could be bad.
You're correct on mine. It only has Newton meters. So that's. I'll have to put that back in the case. Exact same one. Apparently, has the same case and everything with a little foam on it.
Yep.
But actually, for some reason, I thought it was like my other one. My other one does have inch pounds and Newton meters on it, the more expensive version. The problem is that one was like $500, where this one
The gear
was,
wrench one still isn't cheap. I think I paid over $100 for it off of Amazon.
I did not pay for it, so I can't answer that. So
Yeah, I don't know if you heard. I bought mine for tightening rifle optics because they gotta be torqued down, and torquing them too much and stuff breaks inside.
they're probably similar to this one if you got the screwdriver cruising girl. Mine was just, I mean, it's down the hallway and outside the door is where my toolbox is. That's where you see me stream outside. There's a little hallway behind me. You walk down there, walk out that door, and that's where I'm at. Everything's pretty close that I show on here. The back building I never have shown on stream. It was badly enough organized. I scrapped 6 tons or something like that out of it to pay to go to Murph. So it's, yeah. Yeah. The wrenches, I don't know how. A lot of times they don't go down as low as these. My wrench only goes down to maybe 20 inch pounds. I don't know.
Yeah. My only torque wrench is a half inch drive torque wrench. Um, but I actually just had to have that replaced because it's I don't use it enough to justify buying anything exciting for that. Um, as evidenced by this story. So I got it at Harbor Freight, right? It was on, special, and it sat in my toolbox for probably 4 years before I went to go use it to torque stuff on the Cadillac when I was placing the wheel hubs, and it didn't work. I'm pushing on the thing. I'm like, there is no way I have not hit how much this is supposed to be torqued to. There's no way. And so then I dialed it all the way down to, nothing almost, and still wasn't working. So
I actually will. I've got a socket locked in. I'll go lock a socket basically into a vise and cycle it 4 times before I ever use a torque wrench. And it's actually a good habit to do. You also torque it 25, 50, 75, 100. I'm a torque Nazi. I don't have a. I have one of the largest drawers in my toolbox is nothing but torque wrenches. So I think there's 6 of them because you never use the top range of a torque wrench, you never use the bottom range of a torque wrench. You always use the middle. So I've got stepped up. I have this, then I go to a 1/4-inch drive, which I think is a huge jump from this to torque range. Oddly, again, I could be off memory. Then 3 3/8 drives, a 1/2 inch, a 3/4-inch drive torque wrench, and I'm not sure if the last one's an inch or not. The top torque range I know that I do is around 600 foot-pounds, which is a decent torque,
Yeah,
but
that's a big bolt.
yeah, for a torque wrench, not where you're just impacting it till it stops. Because I'm not bridge building here. But the largest I've actually will typically use, I believe, is 600 foot-pounds. I go higher. But
What are you torquing to 600 foot-pounds?
some of your drive units go that high for hydraulics. Will go up to 600 foot-pounds. That's the largest I can remember torquing to is 600 foot-pounds. Or your hydraulic drive units on your like your skidders and stuff like that go that high. To where you have to torque them. I can't think of anything else. It's not like you're an engine bolt, but hydraulic motor torque specs are that high. There are some things you just tighten until they stop. You know, if you're looking at a 1.5-inch bolt, you just basically on the stuff I work on, you know, there's no torque spec for that. Because you just tighten it until it stops. Because, you know, you can't achieve it on your average mechanic. You can't, you know, you can't go tight as a torque spec will typically go. But, you know, that the highest actual thing that I use a torque wrench on, I believe, is like 600 foot-pounds. Which is a lot more than you think. 100 foot-pounds you can get with a 3/8 ratchet. Most people can, with, you know, without much issue. But once you get to 600 foot-pounds, you're putting some muscle on there. You're not. I know some people will say they can do it, but it's all you can do to get 600 foot-pounds of torque and accurately get to where it clicks on it. But that's not a common torque for me. Technically, most of them are probably in the 20 or 17 to 20 foot-pound range on your engine bolts that I do.
Because how would that work out if you had a 2.5 foot torque wrench and you were trying to apply 600 foot-pounds?
The 600 foot-pounds is not a 1/2-inch torque wrench.
No,
That's-
I said a 2.5 foot long torque.
Yeah. Oh, okay,
torque
yeah.
wrench. And you're there's got to be a formula for that somewhere.
And it's also a little bit longer than that. It barely fits in my toolbox. And typically I have to put a cheater bar on it. And I know that's not good for a torque wrench. But it's all I can do to get. Most of the time I'll go as high as I can with a breaker bar and then get the torque wrench out and just give her hell.
£240.
I think the bar is 3 foot on it, and it is all I can do. I mean, literally all I can do. You put both hands on your handle, and you're just pulling up as much as you can.
Yeah, it's still 200 pounds.
Yeah, so that's
Yeah.
uh,
So if you don't weigh 200 pounds, you're going to need you and your buddy pulling on your ankles.
uh, you don't want to. You're not supposed to be torquing down. You're supposed to be lifting on the torque wrench,
I'm
realistically.
just saying.
Yeah. I don't weigh 200 pounds, but yeah, it's all I could do. You grab that thing and you just pull, like you're doing squats.
Yeah.
It's luckily it's not something you do every day, but that's the largest torque I've seen. Most of the time, I top out on average. I used to top out around 250, which is still a lot of work to do 250 foot pounds, but yeah. uh, it's like a day. It's leg day when you do 600 foot pounds of torque.
Yeah.
uh, yeah, that's an insane amount. Not something you want to do every day. But you're looking at the a hydraulic system, and they can put out some serious amounts of torque on a wheel motor from hydraulics. And you're not, again, it's not something your average person will work on. I don't remember. I think it was like a stump grinder or something like that, technically, but we were doing that on. But again, not super common. Not something I did every day. But we do have the torque wrenches for it. 90% of them, I like the digital ones with the angle on them because I like torque to yield bolts myself, but that's what I mostly did. And a lot of your smaller stuff that I work on, which I prefer to work on, I think 20 foot-pounds was a higher number for it, for the engine. Because we're looking at aluminum heads, aluminum blocks, that sort of thing. You don't, should be able to print one of those, technically. That should be high pressure there, NASA Trades. You're talking about the drained where it comes over, just a little cap to cover it. They didn't used to always have that, so should be able to 3D print that. It's not pressure. We're going to put a washer and dryer in the bathroom for down here for use for everything here. Oh, come on. Fire it up.
Dishwasher.
Everybody here has
Bob part washer.
Oh no, I've got a parts washer back here. So now we are putting in a with the new kitchen where we budgeted in a dishwasher because we're going to let other people in here to eat, and as many people as we're letting in, we're going to have to mass produce, and plus with more people living here, I think it'd be better to have a dishwasher. We're going to be eating in the makerspace every day, so we're going to install a dishwasher in the makerspace. So it'll work out. And plus, I think the wife might be sick of me calling her the dishwasher. Maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
But yeah, I don't think you're allowed to have an S-trap on your dishwasher. But but maybe I'm wrong on that.
On anything because they can siphon themselves dry.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That I did not know. They've eliminated it from everything now?
So you can have a P-trap, not an S-trap.
Okay. I didn't know it was totally gone, but we always use P-traps because, well, it's cheaper. But anyway, that's actually why I did it. I didn't know that there, and I didn't think there was anything you needed an S-trap for, but I didn't know it was banned from a dishwasher. Yeah, I had yeah, I mean, no, this place was built in 1980, so this isn't that old. My mother's house was 100 years old, probably in 1980, and we did the plumbing in it recently. Still got to do some before I sell it. And that's again why we have to do this one, but hopefully we'll sell it first of next year. It's going to take me a year to move my father's shop out, I think. My brothers wanted to have an auction because my father has more tools than me. And my toolbox is 120 inches and it's totally packed. I don't know when this place, this type of stuff, but everything is new. I don't know what my mother and dad used to live in a cobblestone house. That was where they picked stones off the property and built it.
That's what
So
my
we don't know.
foundation is. My foundation's a cobblestone foundation.
Yeah, that's what they did. They basically hewed the wood there. It's a original house, and the property on it's really weird because it's a triangle. They sold off everything around it, and it's what's left type deal. There's a neighborhood that the family at one point sold off, and then a bunch of oil fields that they sold off, and it was what was left. You know, what that little sliver that was left of it. So it's a real weird piece of property. But it's a cobblestone house. Didn't have an indoor plumbing when it was built, so the bathroom has a window in it, or did have a window for the shower. It's always pleasant, that sort of thing. So it's, yeah. But she's moving out of that probably, hopefully again by spring. I know it's going to be weird to live inside of a makerspace, but hopefully we can pull it off. My apartment's going to be on the second floor. Her apartment's going to be on the first because of physical limitations. And the makerspace is going to be on the first floor. Is what we're doing. This room's about 65 by 65 that I'm in. So that's what's going to be open.
Get out there at some point.
You're welcome to come anytime. Right now I don't have a place for people to stay, but I'll work on that.
Well, it sounds like it's big enough I can just put up a tent.
Probably inside, yes. Yeah. When I get it cleaned out, yeah. I used to store motorhomes in the back building. At one time, I parked 4 motorhomes in there and 2 boats.
Dude, so my father-in-law, they bought their house for a song, right? But it needed a lot of work before they could even move into it. But the people that owned the house prior, so it's got a detached garage that is it's 2 garage doors, but it's 2 cars deep, so you can fit 4 cars in there. And then on the back side, the people that owned it before had an RV. So they built a garage big enough to put an RV in. And another RV next to it. So you could back in 2 like full size like RVs, school buses, whatever you wanted in that. And then it's a full 2 stories tall.
Well, it required to put the RV in.
And I'm just like, I mean, they're utilizing it for storing, mostly just junk. I'm just like, man, if I had a building, If I had either one of those garages, let alone both of those garages.
See, my back building has a part of it's 2 stories. It's got mezzanines on it, and then most of it's wide open. At one time, we had, I think, 4 RVs, 2 boats. The boats fit underneath the mezzanine, and I think I had the Barracuda at that time. That was before I lost it. Yeah, bad story. I actually lost a Hemi Cuda. Forgot about it. Didn't realize it was there anymore. Lost it for a decade. Just plain and simple forgot there was a Hemi Cuda in the back building. It wasn't mine either. Guy parked it back there, stopped paying me rent, and over the 10 years, there was so much stuff back there I didn't see it anymore, and I forgot about it. Luckily for him, he showed back up, and I'd forgotten about it, so he let him have it. But he paid up the rent too. But yeah, we were renting it out for like boat storage and RV storage. But you need 2 stories to pull an RV in because they're taller than your average thing. Both of my buildings have 16-foot doors, I think, maybe. This one's got 12, the other one's got 16, I think, is what it is. Tall doors. And then this one's a 2-car garage with door going in. The back room is about the same size as this, 65 by 65, roughly. Now we're going to take some out for the apartment because that's going to go into there. But that's what it is. That's 2 stories straight up. This one's 2 stories. And my ceilings are 10 foot, by the way. The ceiling here is 10 foot with beams in it. So
this one is they're probably 10 foot or just over.
Now my office is 8-foot ceilings. Normal house ceilings, I think, is 8 foot. That's what the office is. We just got drop ceilings.
Yeah, I'm just looking at. I've got 4 foot, 4 foot, and then just over a 2 foot tall filler piece for the OSB that was the bottom.
So it's taller than your house out in the garage.
Yeah. Well, the house has like 9 foot ceilings in it, but
I thought the standard was typically 8 for that, but
I don't know. But this house was built prior to 1900, so
yeah, and they used to have a little bit of buffer for heat, I think, at one time to get the heat to flow out. Yeah, this and I got solid beams. In fact, we've got trolleys on one of them to where we could actually, even in here, to where you can actually pull in and put a hoist on it. We got a couple of trolleys set up for that. Don't know what we're going to totally do with it. I know my mom wants a punching bag in here. Apparently it's good for Parkinson's people to punch a punching bag. So we're going to stick her a punching bag in here.
okay.
I didn't know that till recently either, but whatever. Give her as long a life as possible, right?
Yeah.
So we're going to
kickboxing, judo, whatever.
give my wife something to practice on other than me, baby. No, she's over here, so. But she typically will stay quiet if somebody else is here because she can't hear your voice. But yeah, we're going to hang a punching bag from one of the trolleys. Yeah, we because there's two beams in here due to the span. You're talking a 65-foot wide building on the second floor. So they got two steel posts that hold it up and then a 65-foot beam. But we'll probably raid out here in a minute. I don't know who all's on. And I don't think I can raid on. And if anybody does want to join, I don't know if that's it or not. No, that was the other
S
thing.
traps banned in Michigan between 1970 and 1980, so the piping system predates back at least that far. Yeah.
Um, let me put this in. If anybody does want to join, I'm probably not going to stay on much longer because I do have to talk to my wife at some point today. She's been with me, but we've been with family all day. So we
Yeah.
haven't really had much time by ourselves today. Tomorrow, somebody sent a scanner, a Creality scanner, to me, so we may have a stream and unbox it. See
Oh,
what's in the thing.
awesome. At Murph, I
So,
won a 50% off coupon for their new scanner,
hmm
which I would have a lot of use for one of their scanners. I got that Cadillac. There's some parts that need to be made to go
hmm
into it. Uh, but I don't have the money to pay even the 50% of it. So,
like, yeah, because that one's the one where it's got the computer in it and all that. This is the one that hooks. In fact, it actually came from Murph too. Somebody won it and is gifting it forward because they had a different scanner and they're wanting me to play with the software and see if we can figure it out. How to make good scans out of it. But this one connects to your phone, I believe. I
mm,
have a Lizard that we had before, but we weren't getting good scans out of it. So what I'm going to do is scan like my drill press out there and then build guards for it is my goal. And then maybe some car parts for classic cars. Make it fit
yeah.
in fact, I'd like to actually scan my the 1949 F1 that we drive to car shows and actually scan the
Oh,
entire car and make some pieces with it. But we'll be doing some scans. I don't like posting my scans because of the fact that's kind of not my work, and there's questionable. Uh, I shouldn't be stealing other people's work if I don't want people stealing mine, type deal.
yeah.
Um, However, on some of the things that built in the 1920s or 1940s, I'm not so sure I care as much about because, being honest about it, whoever designed it's probably not around anymore.
Yeah.
Um,
Ford, Chevy,
so,
Dodge, they stopped supporting us. It's long ago.
well, I'm actually looking at machinery like the Delta drill press that I got, building
Oh,
guards
okay.
for it, or my paint shakers, early 1940s from Red Devil. When we make parts for that stuff, yeah, it's not supported anymore. You know. um, but we're going to make parts to go with that. So scanning will make it a little bit faster, and we will be releasing that stuff. But I'm not going to go scan stuff and just post it. Um, so yeah, patents are expired too. I mean that is true. Um, that that I don't feel bad about. But I'm not going to go like scan something, and say, "Oh, I made this." I have moral issues with that. So, but our experience is it doesn't come out clean, so the scanning isn't perfect. So
Yeah.
we're gonna have to play with it. I know other people say otherwise, so maybe the new scanners are better. Um, we'll see. I will hopefully play with it. It should be in my mailbox tomorrow. We'll do an unboxing and see what it is. I did get it secondhand, so stuff may be missing. I don't know.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was kind of cool. Um, somebody donated that to us for. I'm going to call it a donation to the Makerspace. I'm not sure if it was a donation to the Makerspace or not. If so, it's second donation because somebody donated some tools for Creality. That was kind of cool. Those are going to be open to the public for fixing electronics and things like that. One of the Creality
Nice.
tool sets. That's going to be here forever, and that's kind of nice because it gives me a spare set so that I can let people use that set and keep my own for my own use because that stuff's going to disappear. you know,
Well, uh,
um, you know,
I, I would have a huge problem if I tried to open up a makerspace because there is no way I'm putting anything that I own personally into it. Like, I don't care if I had 10 sets of them here. I would have to buy an 11th set for the makerspace. Don't touch my tools.
I have a little bit of an issue with that, and that's why the mechanical side's not opening for my mechanics tools. And I'm going to have a little bit of an issue with the wife's lathe. My lathe I don't have as much of an issue with, but the one I bought her instead of an engagement ring, if somebody tore that up, I would go ape. So that is not going to be open to the public.
Wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute. You bought her a lathe rather than an engagement ring?
Yes. Yes. She got a metal lathe. That's what she said she wanted. We were out. We were talking about getting married. She said, I would accept that metal lathe if you found one like that. We were at an auction. And she goes, I would accept a metal lathe if you found one that looked like that versus an engagement ring. We left that auction with that lathe because I am not dumb enough to turn down that offer. You do not let that woman walk away when she takes that offer.
So I'm conflicted on this story because number one, I was a goldsmith for 12 years, but also like there's not many women that would say that.
Would you have bought the metal lathe?
I would have, yes.
Okay. See?
I said I was conflicted. But
Yeah.
I can also tell you that as a goldsmith, if a guy had walked into the jewelry store and said, "Hey, listen, I'm not sure if I want you to make my wife an engagement ring. I'm not sure if I want to get my girlfriend an engagement ring or if I want to buy a lathe and ask her to marry me." I'm like, well, it depends. Do you want her to say yes or do you want her to say no? Are you trying to turn this girlfriend into your wife or are you trying to find a new girlfriend? Which one is it?
I actually would say that that was actually where the bad advice originally came from, is because you don't want to follow my advice, my dating advice. You also have
It's worked
to.
out for you. It's worked out for you personally.
The other thing is, we moved in together. We started a business, and we started construction of a house the same week.
Okay.
Would you do that?
No.
Yeah. That's why I don't do anything on easy mode with my relationship with Sandy. That was actually just before I bought her a metal lathe. She did this after, while we were still constructing the house. She made that comment. Hey, if you bought this, and here's the other thing that you will find absolutely insane. I bought that lathe for $45.
What? Is
So-
it one that goes on a knick-knack shelf? I'm confused.
No, somebody threw a rag over it, and when they got to it, they said the table and everything on it. And it was a huge metal table. In fact, I sold the table for like $20 at the auction, not counting that off the lathe either. It took us 4 hours to unload that table because it had so much stuff on it. I probably had $500-$600 worth of tools on that table that we hauled home, including the lathe. Now that I didn't care about anything on the table but the lathe. But somebody had thrown some sort of blanket, like a moving blanket, over the lathe, I think, trying to come back to it. It wasn't me, by the way. But somebody had basically covered the lathe up, so nobody, I guess, thought they were bidding on the lathe until afterwards. It had a vise on there, which actually was the one thing people were bidding on. It was a vise, which I still do own. I don't think I sold that. It was probably worth the $65. But that everybody thought they were bidding on a vise, and underneath the blanket was a lathe. And that's what Sandy had seen when she was there, and that's what she wanted. And I wasn't dumb enough to turn down this offer. I would have paid $300 easy for this lathe. I would have paid a lot more than that. I was leaving with that metal lathe. There was no,
Yeah.
there wasn't another option. I was leaving with that metal lathe. Because I'm not stupid. When that offer comes around, you don't let that girl go away. You don't let her get other offers. So yeah, I stole that thing basically at the auction. Got lucky, and ever since. But I would not want that thing to be tore up because there's sentimental value to it.
Yeah, clearly.
That would be like tearing up my wife's engagement ring, because that actually is my wife's engagement ring in a way.
Yeah.
I never bought her another one. But yeah, that's. I don't recommend that to another man. Don't pull that off. Don't do any of the dumb things I did. Your wife will not say yes typically, but yeah, she moved in and did that.
Yeah. Even if she says she wants a vacuum for her birthday, say no. I will give you the money to go buy a vacuum, and I'm still going to buy you something else.
I have not learned that yet. Still, I would still buy her a vacuum for her birthday. But do not take my advice. You act like I do with my wife, and she loves me dearly, to a standard woman, and she will kill you. So do not take my dating advice.
If you ever vanish randomly a day or so after your wife's birthday, we'll know why.
I guarantee you that my family will go testify in her defense if something ever happens to me. My friends would probably go testify in her defense if something ever happened to me. Even if she was pleading insanity, they would testify in her defense. So, yeah, you had never heard that one? That I think people made jokes about me getting engaged with a metal lathe in here.
No.
We've talked about streaming our lifestyle because it's so weird.
Yeah.
She used to manage a Hilton oceanfront hotel.
Oh, nice.
And then she moved where in the middle of nowhere in a national forest with a church across the street for me. Because I offered her the wonders of a metal lathe and living in a lumber yard. And as she said earlier, no bathroom when she moved in. We had to build it. We had no shower when she moved in here. And she still moved in.
She misread your business card. She thought it said Bill Gates.
As Cruz would say, I did not offer her comfort. I offered her an adventure of life. Oh. And believe it or not, I have the happiest marriage of anybody I know.
So, when you look at life and you look at problems as just another adventure, it helps.
But, well, she is cautious typically. Like, she didn't want to start construction on the makerspace until we finalized. We didn't have to do the plumbing 3 times. She didn't want to move like the kitchen, then move it again, and then move it again. We need to finalize it and have it in, a full plan for when we started the construction. We had
What
to.
you're saying is she might be crazy, but she ain't stupid.
Oh yeah, she's fully crazy. She's with me, but she's not a fool, which I give her. I mean, we needed to okay, you're moving in with us. Are you okay with the kitchen and all this doing this? Are you okay with the bathroom being this way? Are you okay with all of this? because we're doing this. It's whether or not you're a part of it. So, luckily my mother is cool with it, which this is her best option, I think. Because there's no nursing homes close. So this gives us a chance to take care of her and have the maker space.
Yeah.
Hopefully it all works out for us. But, we still had to, and she's not nursing home bound right now, but we're just figuring at 70 years old with Parkinson's, or, older than 70 with Parkinson's, it's kind of, that's where she's going to end up at some point type deal.
Yeah.
So this is a chance to, as she gets to where she needs more help her scenario. And starting another business like this and starting one that's not profitable, I don't know that we're going to be able to build a house again.
Yeah.
Let's do it while I'm dumb enough to do it type deal. And my wife's dumb enough to say yes before she learns her lesson the second time. Because, again, my wife's willing to let me move my mother in.
Yeah.
That's either love or foolishness. Maybe both. Because I never dated another girl I would have asked hey, can I move my mom in so we can take care of her? I wouldn't have asked most women I dated to do that.
How long have you guys been married?
We stayed living together long enough for that. We count the time when we basically considered it marriage because we had tax reasons. So 20 years. Or over 20 years. But we lived together without making it official for liability reasons. That way I could hide money in her accounts. So, but since I called her my wife at that point, and I consider her my wife, I count those years. But when you run a business with liability, they can't take her money, but they can take mine. Is what we looked at it. So I always had some money hidden in her accounts.
Yeah.
Because they can only sue me for liability, not her. If we're not married, they can't touch it.
Yeah.
So we always had money hidden in hers. But yeah, we've been essentially classified, or the engagement and all that happened 20 years ago, or better than. Also, we never could wear rings because I'm a mechanic.
Yeah.
I don't know if you wear a wedding ring or not. Never actually pay attention, but same reason, the gloving.
Partially. There's a long, complicated story with that.
Yeah, but yeah, the gloving is my issue.
Yeah.
But,
Yeah.
so.
So my work, speaking of decluttering, it was always an argument, right? They wanted you to wear the cut resistant gloves, right?
Mhm.
They're normally like Kevlar and stuff.
Yeah, I got one back
But
here.
then they'd want you to wear them using rotary power tools. I'm like, I'm not. I refuse. Absolutely not.
That's dumb.
And yeah, and they're like, it's part of your op standards. I was like, I don't give a shit what the op standard says. I was like, I'm not going to wear it. I was like, rotary tool catches a thread out of this. I don't have a finger. Well, you can cut yourself. You're not hearing what I'm saying. I wouldn't have a finger. I'd rather cut my finger than lose my finger.
And finger would be a good
went
scenario.
Back and forth with them until finally I was just like, they walked the safety guy out to the floor to me, and I told him, and he goes, oh, I don't know. I go, I tell you what, just go ahead and look up the OSHA recommendation for this. So he gets on his phone, looks it up, and it's like, oh yeah, they're not supposed to. And then I was like, so you're gonna change the op standard? No. Fucking idiots.
Yeah, you don't want to wear gloves around rotary tools or belts or anything like that. But um, I've got a cut resistant set of gloves over there for uh, technically the ultrasonic knife. Typically, I'll wear them around that because if you slip, that could go badly.
Yeah, so a knife or whatnot, but any sort of thing that has the potential to grab a thread, you don't.
Yeah, you don't wear them around my grinders. You know, yeah, you don't do that. I get you're right. It's not OSHA approved. I don't know. In fact, if they ever got a guy and hurt, they'd be sued out the ass.
Yeah. Well,
Um,
it all came to a head because I ran a rotozip blade through my hand. Um, so they wanted to know if I was wearing gloves. I said absolutely fucking not. I wasn't. Right.
mhm.
And then they wanted to write me up and fire me, and I was like, no. And a couple of people argued with him, and I didn't lose my job. And then they show up a couple days after I, you know, am back at work and not wearing gloves again, using the roto zips, and yeah. So they thought that they were,
Going to fire you.
yeah, they were trying to get rid of it, but
Um, I
it
get
didn't work out
that
for
their
them.
scenario because you weren't following their procedure, and that's the way they thought it had to be, and they were wrong. But
Yeah,
yeah, management is not always intelligent. You don't get promoted for being good at your job. You get promoted from wanting somebody to get rid of you in a lot of corporate jobs like that, especially manufacturing plants.
yeah,
So sadly, now some do promote good people, but I've saw just as many as I don't want him on the line, so let's get rid of him by promoting his ass type deal. Or I don't want him near me. Sadly,
yeah. Um,
so
there's a lot of different reasons, but this was just I wasn't. No, I'm not that guy. All right, I know better. I'm not refusing to wear the gloves because I don't want to wear the gloves. I'm refusing to wear the gloves because you're not
they're not safe.
supposed to.
Right, they're not
Right,
safe.
and I'm
You weren't
sorry
refusing
they.
to wear safety glasses. You're refusing to wear gloves.
Yeah,
Yeah. Um, a lot of people refuse to wear safety glasses or rubber gloves when it's necessary, or I don't want to dip my hands in chemical with rubber gloves. Well, yeah, you do. you know, um, uh, I know some guys that worked in a benzene plant where they're using benzene to wash their hands, or a plant that had benzene as a chemical. It'll clean your hands. Don't recommend it, but some of those guys won't wear rubber gloves and they're working with some serious chemicals.
yeah.
But
I mean, you gotta make sure. So certain chemicals, you gotta make sure you're wearing the right kind of gloves
mhm.
because some of those chemicals are reactive to different types of materials, but you know, and same thing is like with the cut resistant gloves. Do your homework. Make sure you're using the right PPE for the job. Not every piece of PPE is the right thing to use, let alone a safe thing to use.
Yeah, now, luckily, with a regular knife, typically your standard cut, and that like the ultrasonic knife will cut through the cut resistant gloves that I have
Mhm.
over there. They're actually more for something else, but they'll slow it down a little bit. Is essentially what they're for.
Yeah,
Um, they're basically just to slow it down to where I may have a split second to where I can pull my hand off of it or something of that nature.
yeah,
Because an ultrasonic knife is actually a brutal piece of equipment. It can cut through you pretty quick. Um, Now, granted, I've never had a mishap. Knock on some wood, but it they are brutal. So I've got a set over there, also because I know people that work in glass. They got me a set of gloves. They're technically for that, but I wouldn't use it for a rotary tool. You know, but I do. I also know guys that want to grind with welding gloves, or you know, and that scares me in the makerspace. How many people are morons? Unfortunately. Yeah.
Okay. For your own safety and financial well-being, assume that they all are.
I've learned that over the years as a mechanic because everybody comes in smarter than me and everybody's asking me to fix it. So, you know, if you're the smartest guy in the room, you're in the wrong room. I always believe in that. Like, for instance, if I didn't think I could ever learn anything in your stream, I wouldn't go. I'll be perfectly honest. There would be no reason for me to join your stream, no reason for me to be in your stream. Am I going to say that I don't think I ever know something you don't know? I think I do. But you're going to know something I don't know, or there's no point in me going.
Yeah. So
Um,
it's been my experience in life that only a fool thinks he's smarter than everybody, or avoids anybody smarter than him for fear of looking like a fool. Right? It's just if you go into every day with a little bit of curiosity and adventure, you're going to want to surround yourself with people that are smarter than you because you get to learn things that way.
yes. That's basically it. You know, it's not. I would absolutely avoid somebody if I thought they were an idiot. I'm not going to go in their stream. That's just, that's not the only reason I won't be in somebody's stream. I'm not going to say that. If I don't go to their stream, I think they're an idiot. But there are people that I don't go in their streams because I think they're an idiot. you know, but that isn't the only reason. I mean, there are people I don't go in their streams because it's not the right time of day, or they stream mostly outside of my time, and I feel I miss so much that there's no point, or if there's that type of stream, or there are some that they give away stuff and it's annoying to the point where that's all their stream seems to be. I won't go in those.
No.
But
You're
there's
in luck. I don't give away anything.
I mean, yeah, I actually go into your streams a lot. I go into Captain Kern's a lot when I get a chance. If I'm missing yours, it's because I'm busy, or that's something else. Sometimes I'll go in your streams and lurk because of the fact that I'm busy and I can't do it. I enjoyed going on your streams, when I was doing that. But
Yeah, we've missed you the last couple of weeks, man.
I just haven't. Well, for one thing, I've been dealing with this stuff. We've been finalizing
Yeah.
and trying to get this.
Life has its moments. Last week was absolutely horrendous for me. I didn't get to stream other than the podcast, and that was even you know,
We're trying to debate on whether or not we're going to stream the construction. Like, am I going to stream tearing out the building and insulating it, building 2 bedrooms?
I don't know. It depends. Do you want it to take 5 times longer than it would if you didn't stream it?
That is a scary part because I need to get this thing open. We may try to get that done and not stream for a little while, just like Sunday nights. I may actually set up to where I stream inside there to where people can see the work that we've done. At least then I got progress. I don't know. We haven't figured out this. We may sporadically stream inside of there so people can see work, but you're right. We can't do all the work on stream because, as people ask, it's going to take 5 times longer.
And my streams, like, it takes so much longer to do anything on when I'm streaming it than when I'm not. And I'm not even, like, a lot of these guys are explaining to you how to do the thing, right? And I don't explain how to do it. If you ask, I'll tell you, right? Or if it's something cool that I figured out, like I'll share it. But for the most part, I assume everybody either already knows and doesn't need me to repeat it, or doesn't care. I just try to be entertaining, hang out, try to be like, if you were sitting here in my garage with me as I was building a printer and we were just conversating back and forth. um that's why I
I,
took my streams out of the science and technology category and put them into entertainment.
yeah, I don't know. We haven't. There's a lot of problem with that because I do need to get I need to get her moved here, and starts cleaning out her garage to sell it, or cleaning out her cleaning up her place and preparing it to sell. Because that's also another set of work I'm gonna have to do.
Yeah.
Um, and but I may stream some, but you're right. I'm not gonna be able to stream all of it. Now my business is closed, so essentially, outside of some of the 3D printing stuff that we have contracts for, um, some commercial stuff in our shows and things like that. Realistically, I'm unemployed now. I had contracts up to this year, but we're about to end, and I'll be realistically unemployed for a year.
That's always
Um,
scary.
I've got some savings. That's what we knew we were coming up to this, but I'd hoped to do something else. Now we were hoping to get to where we did making. We were going to try to make things and sell it on Etsy. Honestly, we had that hope in a couple years, but it was going to be a few years off, and it was going to be without building a house,
Yeah.
which
What
gets
kind of stuff
expensive.
were you gonna make and sell on Etsy?
We didn't know yet, but we were actually what I wanted to do is take some of my stuff and build garage art. Technically,
Oh, that'd be cool.
was actually the goal. We were going to take vintage, go to things like our car shows and buy stuff, and then rebuild it as garage art and start that way, unique garage art pieces, um, and hope to get top dollar on it. Maybe I know that might not happen, and this isn't the clientele for what we were watching, but streaming. If we videotaped it, we thought we might be able to get people to actually not think it's AI and crap. If we videotaped it and showed the problems with it, we thought
Yeah,
maybe we
so
could do it.
you got some channels that like I watch was it Blacktail Studio, who does woodworking stuff and then sells it on his website, right? Where
Hmm.
and has gotten clientele that way, where people see his stuff and then want him to make a table or whatever. So that could absolutely be a thing. Or you make a thing, and then it's going up on the website, and
The original plan was to get enough money to where we could do a couple projects in advance and sell it, like large tables, stuff like that, and then spend a year trying to build up a clientele for it. Just see if we could make it work, and then come back, and if that didn't work, go back to work someplace else. That was the original plan. What happened was my father went in hospice before I'd planned it, and plus we were wanting to have the makerspace and all running during this. Get the makerspace running before that plan ever happened. At least breaking even type deal. Get more equipment running, get everything functioning, and then quit my job, my day job with the company, and then try to sell off parts and spend 2 years trying to get that going. That was the plan. What happened was I took my dad to a doctor's appointment or to the hospital. They took 6 guys, threw him in a car where I drove him home. He fell out of the car, got injured, and they stuck him on hospice because they basically kicked him out of the hospital because he was going to die there. They don't want him in the hospital because that's not profitable, right? So I ended up trying to take care of him and closing my retail store because I can't be here and keep it open and take care of him, right?
yeah.
So that's what happened. So we are not prepared for that. We are not prepared for a couple years of doing that, so I'm not sure what we're going to accomplish. But we are going to attempt, and we are going to open the makerspace. I'll just get a job and we'll do this on the side and try our dreams. Just take a little longer doing it, but that was actually what the plan was. And maybe I'll get lucky. Doubtful, but you know, and we can do it during the year that I have saved up to do. But I have a lot of things going for me. I have a building that's paid for. All my cars are paid for, and more tools than the average person.
Yeah.
So we'll see. That's. Yeah. We'll see if I can get something going while I'm doing this. But regardless, the makerspace is opening, and my bills are low enough. I'm employable, so I'll be able to get a job at that point once we get it opened to go work
Yeah.
part time myself and her run the makerspace.
Yeah.
And we do have some income with the like our licensing and our shows selling prints.
Yeah.
We have not done enough shows to be earning a full income from that though. And at $10 a month, I'm not making it rich on our memberships.
Yeah. I don't know.
But
I don't know how the financial economics are around doing that. I've not. I don't
there's
have
a
any
few
talent
people
when it
making.
comes to designing, so I've never had any reason to look into it.
There's a few people making serious money, probably four or
Yeah.
five, and a bunch of us making enough to where it's worth doing. But most of the time, it's like any business. Any time you're honest, it's very difficult to make a living. It's at least my experience. Honesty is not a perk in business. To be perfectly honest, I mean, and it never was going to be with the other business. Hey, we were going to show exactly what we were going to do. We were going to show fails, because that's how things work when you do stuff like that. But yeah, that's yeah. Luckily, on some of this, like I got some life insurance money from my dad to help us build this place, so I'm not going to be all out of pocket. So that's not killing me. Now, when she sells a house, that's her money, not mine. I'm not trying to empty my mother out, but so some of the construction on a place for her is actually going to be essentially some money that I got a hold of through life insurance policy that pays out to me. So that's going to help. It's not going to be paying my bills, but it's going to help with the cost of construction. So a lot of that's going to get paid that way, or some of it is. So I'm not going to be totally in the hole, but hopefully during that time we'll be able to build some other stuff and sell it. And I probably have a year worth of selling merch. The stock we had, I probably have a year of selling that off to where I could pay my bills. So I've got that. So I do have that. And we had this year, we didn't go in the hole. I think maybe last month we went in the hole a little bit into savings, but we had work enough to pay for the year. That's and I don't know what I'm going to do with this show. In 2 weeks. I have made a couple months salary off of that, because that's how we built up money.
What show is this?
It's called the Frog Follies. We do keychains there, and we have sold enough to make basically a few months' salary. Now you print for the show. You do, it's not like free money. Don't get me wrong, but
Yeah.
we've sold enough money, or to where we've made enough of some of that show before to make a couple months worth of pay.
That's awesome.
Now it's, again, you've got 3 days where you get up early in the morning, you drive over there. It's 100 degrees some day or some years outside, and you're sitting out there, and it's work. But
Hopefully you get some decent weather. Weather's not been great lately.
yes, it's supposed to drop right before that because it's in Indiana. It's south of southeast, or southwest of you, or but it's not too much temperature difference than what you're at. because
Oh, I meant rain.
we've actually been mostly dry except for this last weekend.
Really?
Yeah, it must
It's
have been
been
north of
raining
me on the
here
rain.
for a week.
We've actually not got that. We had some yesterday. In fact, we lost power, but it's actually been rather dry. Hot, but dry. Just been in the 90s, or high 90s around here. But I'm just hoping it's cool. And no, ideally no rain, but I will be under a shelter.
Yeah, but if
And
it's outside, it's raining.
I know,
Cuts down on
no
the foot
people.
traffic.
Yes, it does. We do really well with the people with vehicles there that come every year, so that'll help. Uh, a lot of ours is repeat business, realistically. There, I will be shocked if we don't make money, which I know some people with 3D printing booths aren't because there's so many people with 3D printing booths. But we've been there since like 2019, so that's still a long enough period to where we have some repeat business, and we have a reputation there. People come looking for us, so we should do okay. But we have always looked at it like mental health days, so we haven't set ourselves high enough to really be as profitable as we should be. And sorry for those if we offend you when we don't make as much as we tell you to make on shows, but this is our mental health day. We go there and it is fun because we get to sell kids toys. We get a, Have you ever done a printing booth? It's good and bad.
I don't know. I got into it and so shortly after I got into it, the bamboos um, got released, and then most of the stuff was people were wanting all those multicolor things, and it didn't make any economic sense for me to do it. And the explosion around people. You'd go to a street fair, and quarter of the people there were selling 3D printed something, and
Yeah,
what I've enjoyed in the hobby is the printers themselves. I enjoy the building. I just like building things. It doesn't really matter what it is. Um, and I enjoyed learning the electrical stuff. I knew a lot, but I've learned a lot. I continue to learn a lot doing it. Got a chance to learn some coding stuff. Still don't know as much as I'd like, but uh,
that's actually what I would like to do in a lot of ways. That's why I don't knock. In fact, I get a bad reputation in some cases because I would say like, well, you can't sell that. You can't, I look at it from a sales standpoint on our designs. I would rather be doing builds in a lot of ways than fidgets, to be perfectly honest. But fidgets are the way we paid for our printers. And the fidgets are fun because we sold stuff here at our store. I would sell like generators and pressure washers and stuff to do works. Not something somebody wants. You don't typically somebody doesn't come in and buy a lawnmower or something of that nature because they want a lawnmower. It's not. I've always wanted one of these. No, it's something that you need to do work with. We fix that stuff. We'll fix like a light rail or sandblaster or something of that nature. We fix this stuff as well. But people don't come in. I want this. So everybody hears I don't want to pay your bill. There's all kinds of reasons why they don't want to pay your bill, or they can't afford to pay your bill, or I need to get this job done before I can pay you, and they don't ever come back and pay you if you let them out of here with the equipment to do the job. So it was a good mental health day to sell toys. Now we lucked into it. The reason I bought it, or I got my first printer because I wanted a printer back when we built a riprap. I actually have a riprap. That was my first printer. way back in the day. We're talking like 2010, roughly. And we were running stupid stuff because those things weren't accurate enough to do half of what we do now. You could not make this on a riprap. Not going to happen. So fast forward to a few years later, I bought a CNC plasma table for my job to make parts. The guy didn't deliver it. Stiffed me on the money. Somehow we got our money back later, but through the bank. But he stiffed me on the plasma table, so I didn't want to buy another one. I designed one. In fact, I ended up building it, but I needed a part manufactured. Didn't have a CNC shop around here, so I designed it, uploaded it to Thangs. They sent me a printer that actually works, CR10 Max. Still run that printer actually, because it's a 470 millimeter bed. Pretty decent sized printer, right? That printer we got, and we designed a frog. Never did really set to the public. It's our frog. It's always going to be our frog. We took that frog and we went to a show called the Frog Follies, and we sold that frog. Our own design. It's a bullfrog. In fact, I've never seen one quite like it. There are better ones out there, but that's ours. We went and we sold our frog to the Frog Follies. At the Frog Follies, sold hundreds of them because nobody was 3D printing back then. Back when COVID first hit, they were making functional things. Nobody was selling fidgets at car shows and stuff like that. Made a bunch of money. Our decent amount of money, bought a bunch of other printers and started printing other things. Functional prints, if you have a single customer wanting a bracket or a single customer wanting a bunch of things, great idea. Car parts, if you can actually find the market for it, great idea. The problem is you have to have a market for the functional print. You can't go to a market and sell a functional print. We tried. We made drill holder or battery holders. We made the functional prints. You cannot. You spend an hour selling a guy a functional print. You throw a fidget up there and 50 people will buy it while you're trying to sell the dude the functional print, making you a ton more money. It's just not doable.
Yeah.
That's why we
You
do
need
fidgets.
to put that on a T-shirt, though.
What?
It says there are many frogs. There are many frogs like it, but this one is mine.
Yeah. I don't know if there's anything quite like ours, but yeah, that one we will always keep because it was our first one, and it is what it is. But we never released that to anybody else. In fact, the only reason we ever released files was because we went to the show and everybody's like, "Oh, you just downloaded it on Maker World," because we kept saying it was our designs. They kept accusing us of stealing other people's files. So we uploaded our files, said, "Okay, well, you can go download it and print it yourself. You got a printer, but stop telling me I took somebody else's file," which I do think is a problem in printing, where I made this and they took somebody else's design. That is a problem. I think anybody of us that have been to shows can agree with that. Please, if you're using somebody else's file, admit to it. Nobody's stupid enough to think otherwise. You just piss people off. I'm sure, don't you get annoyed when somebody's like, "I designed this," and it's a Cinderwing Dragon? That you know the file?
Yeah. So, I have one guy. We were at the Ohio State Fair last year, or the year before. The guy has a huge table, right? He's got some really cool Hue Forge work, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, it takes a little bit of skill to do some of that Hue Forge stuff to get them to look nice, like
Yeah.
as nice as this guy's were, right? So I was looking at them because they were cool, and the girls were of course looking at all the little things. And I asked for something, and I don't mind supporting another 3D printer by buying them a little trinket if it's reasonably priced. Particularly, like up until a couple months ago, I didn't have any. I had the ERCF, but I didn't have anything that I was going to do any big prints with.
Mm-hmm.
Hundreds of swaps or something. But the girls were like, come up to me with something that it wasn't like that. It was something I could easily do. And he's like, I was like, I can print you that at home. And he's like, oh, you got a printer? I said, yeah. He goes, well, you're not going to be able to print that. I said, why? He goes, well, that's my design. Is it? It was a Cinderwings fucking dragon.
Yeah, and I know people call me out on
the
it too.
best part, the
But
best part of it is, like, at the time I had everything on my iCloud drive. I was using my iCloud drive like an ass. I just pulled up and I go, it's not this one. Then he didn't want to talk to me anymore, which is unfortunate. Like, just
to own it. I mean, now granted, I will also say that I get called out all the time saying that they're not my files. I'm not sure where, because my files I think look unique, but whatever. We do get called out every year, like saying, "Oh, that's not you didn't design that." You know, this bee here. Oops, sorry, over camera. Now I'm not the only one who's designed a bee. I'm not going to say that I am. I'm not that stupid, but this is actually my bee. So I do understand some of that, but especially on my ducks. That's actually the worst one we get called out on. I don't have any ducks over here. Lots of people think that I stole the duck. That's probably the one we get called out on the most. I don't know why. Because, again, our ducks with the flip-out feet, I don't think there's anything else even close to that level. Or that like ours. You know? They're a duck with
I got a
feet that
question
stand
for
on.
you. So, a lady came to me today, and she found a video with one of these little fidget
Clickers.
clicker things, right? And
Uh-huh.
dumplings, I guess. But it was a light up one, right? And she's
Uh-huh.
like, "Could you do this?" I was like, "Yeah." I was like, "I'd have to figure out what mechanism they're using for how they're actuating the light in it."
Cool.
But as a keychain thing for like kids' backpacks. Um, and my concern has always been with the keychain things or the earring things is how strong that's going to be with this hanging on, your keys, put in your pocket, you gotta pull your keys out.
The clickers, I don't think are going to be strong because
No,
you're
no,
only as
no.
weak as the
The
clickers. But
the loop that
yeah,
that it goes through. So, like, this has a
mm-hmm.
key ring on it, right? But it's
Mm-hmm.
got a giant hole. It's got quite a bit there,
Mm-hmm.
right? With the smaller, like, just like little eyelets, right? How well do they hold up? Like, if I grab my keys and it's in my pocket, isn't that just? I don't know.
I actually have not had a problem now on this because of the legs. Let's see get it where you can see it. The legs catch right, they can break. That's just physics of it. I'm not going to deny that. Although they last a long time in your pockets and handing on bags, I mean, these actually do quite well. We've got among the better joints out there. Ours are actually structured around things to have more organic shape. They're not just a loop stuck on that, like some people do.
Yeah.
But we really don't have much of a breakage on them. We used to give them a lifetime guarantee, and people would come back. One or two people a year would bring them in, and we'd have people that have had them 5-6 years on their keys, on their daily driver, and come into the store, our shop, for the last couple, times. Well, since 2019, we've had people who sold first year bring our keychains back, and they're PLA.
Yeah.
So they actually do
just
well.
wondering because
Now the clickers, I don't think are going to hold, and it's not the printed part. It's the actual keyboard piece I think is going to break on. We have been working on our own. I won't be using a keyboard clicker, but we are looking at a clicker that's not
Beardy.
the same. Welcome in, Beardy. But that's actually been my fear of the clickers and why we never done them. is I'm afraid like keychains, especially when that's our bread and butter, is an issue. Um, that we have been working on the clicker, design of a clicker that we can 3D print. Yes, that will hold up, and I have not successfully cracked that because everything I've 3D printed for the clicker is broken. So, but we have been working on some of that. We may release something. We have one that we is so far holding up that works as a clicker, but that's been my issue. The keyboard, the keys clicker works, but when you start putting a side load on them, they seem to break. Is the issue we've had. Yeah, and we've done that, and that's actually what we're doing. But you have to redesign the clicker for each magnet, so it's not like I can release the clicker. And but we are thinking of releasing clicker style prints, essentially with magnets. So that's not, you're not wrong. And it'll also be a little bit cheaper to produce because you're not buying the key clicker every time. These those are like $1 a piece, aren't they? We've never bought them.
They're not cheap. But what if you had like a system where like the magnets move past each other, right? So you push it down and it depresses and click, click.
Uh-huh.
Right?
That's actually
So
one thing that works, but I'm trying to use the magnets for polarity to do all of it, to act as a spring as well when I'm doing it. Because the ones where you the detents on them, they wear out, and that's actually, we tried that at first, but they break. So that's been an issue, and we want them to be fast to produce. You can't. Time is money.
yeah, as soon as you start having to assemble a clicker,
Yes, time is money. In fact, that's why everything we design, no supports, pops right out the beds, done. That's the goal. Time is money. Our prints are designed to make money. That's the goal of our stuff. I get that that's not everybody's goal, but that's ours. So it's all time is money. So that's been our thing. But like our kickoff feet, that's why I said this is unique. I have been actually working the opposite way, Beardy, as far as on our clickers. But it's hard to get the clicking noise right. That's been the issue. But we are using magnets to oppose each other to act as a spring. So yeah, that's
here's the printer. This is my therapy shirt. This is what I wear every time I go see the therapist.
that's yeah. The sound is the challenge, and that's been our challenge, to get the satisfying click and. Yeah. That must be what I needed to use, carbon fiber filament. Sorry, am I the only one who thinks carbon fiber filament's a snake oil?
So it depends. So for like sticking carbon fiber in PLA probably is quite ridiculous. 'Cause PLA is pretty freaking rigid as it is, and at that point you're just lowering your layer adhesion. Um, but if you get to a material like nylon that has a tendency to be a little not as rigid, um, but you're
But
trying to
wouldn't glass
grab
fiber be
some.
more efficient?
Mm, it again, it really depends.
I know everything depends, but on typically, if you're making something that carbon fiber would benefit you on a nylon, wouldn't glass fiber typically, TPU glass fiber for the win, That just sounds abrasive. Um, but wouldn't the glass fiber actually be more efficient and better and less toxic?
Yeah. I, 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 I know that like some of the ESD stuff, I think uses carbon fiber for the ESD characteristics of it, but I think probably in most cases, yeah. Um, uh,
It would dark
my
third to an
main
extent.
issue, my main issue with these glass and carbon fiber filaments is often it's not a filled material, it's a coated material, um, where it's not propagated all the way through the thing. So it's just carbon fiber or glass fiber on the outside and not all the way through. So then you're just cutting down layer adhesion for no good reason. It's just way it looks on the thing. Um, but
Again, snake oil. They actually know it's snake
yeah,
oil and they're making it snake oil.
yes.
Um,
But
but
like in plastics manufacturing, right? So a lot of times you stiffen a resin with a glass fiber, or I honestly, I've not used like injection molded resins that have carbon fiber in them, just like glass filled nylons and stuff.
I can actually see the surface finishing adding on PETG and PLA. I honestly, in fact, I've been given some. I've never actually printed with it on the carbon fiber, but I've been given some. I may print it in the or X1C that has a filter and run it. But carbon fiber in particular is nasty stuff for your lungs. Please do not print that on a A1 and your bedroom. That is some nasty, nasty stuff. It may be, in fact, it looks under a microscope a lot like asbestos. Not a medical advisor, but I don't recommend printing that in your bedroom on an A1.
Yeah. So's glass. Don't
Um,
do glass either. Don't do
yes,
any filled.
please
Yeah.
do it on a something with a filter, at least, and not in an enclosed space,
Yeah.
tightly enclosed space with you staying in it. Do it on a enclosed printer, not an A1. But glass fiber just seems like it would be a better or more efficient way of doing it that would run through the nozzle. Maybe I'm wrong, but because I am not a plastic expert.
I
But
can tell
yeah,
you that glass fiber is way harder on nozzles than carbon fiber is.
yeah, I'm not saying it's not. It's going to be hard on the nozzle, but would it actually not be add more strength to the filament than the carbon fiber?
I don't think it makes a difference six and one half dozen of the other as far as the strength goes. I
Well, it
think
seems like if you look at a glass fiber and you cut the things on it, they're more inside the actual plastic. You're right. If you take a carbon fiber and you cut it and it looks like there's nothing inside the plastic. Maybe I'm wrong, but it just looks like it's just on the outside for decoration.
right,
Um,
filament idea, plastic fiber.
we should sell that.
It's called it's called marble PLA.
Yeah, but you could actually sell it as a strength material and people would buy it. But unfortunately, I have morals, so that's not a good. Yeah, I can't do it. But that would probably sadly work. I just asking. I mean, if other people thought that it was mostly snake oil.
For a
Um,
lot of stuff, yeah. Okay, so I'm going to say that probably 90% of the carbon fiber filaments that people buy are being bought and printed by people that do not need it anyway.
oh, I guarantee you that. But and I guarantee I probably made somebody mad by calling it a snake oil too. But I just, I think most of the time it's nickel. But also, it's the same thing as like, well, I'm better than you because I print this, or I'm better than you because, you know, uh, thanks, Beardy. Uh, but yeah, I'm, the same with those people, guys. Technically, you know, uh,
Yeah, there's a lot of that. There's a lot of uh, particularly before a lot of these newer engineering filaments came out, and um, I mean, even to some extent, like the ABS and ASA, right? You know, there was people that were printing stuff out of ABS and ASA just to say they could print ABS and ASA.
mhm.
Well, before like anybody could walk into the store and buy a bamboo and print it, right? And then all of a sudden that's not cool anymore. So now we're going to try to print, these other engineering films. And okay, that's cool. Why you print it out of unobtainium? It's a Flexi Dragon. Metal 3D printed that. That's cool, but
I have actually
why?
seen a metal 3D printed. Somebody sent photos to me where they took one of my cozy dragons and printed it out of. I actually think titanium.
Oh, that's sick. It is sick, but
But
like people used it as I'm better than you because I can do X.
technically, when you go to shows, at least when we do shows, there'll be a lot of guys say, "Well, I print functional things, so I'm better than you. I print functional things." That is actually a big thing when you go to shows with fidgets, and it's like, well, that's nice. Or well, I can design a functional thing. I hate to put it this way. You ask anybody that can design a good fidget, not a cheap. We're not talking one of those generators from I forget who, Valerie Momoa or something like that. That essentially is just taking their things and putting it together. You're not generating squat, by the way. They designed all that stuff. It's just options you pick and put it on the little thing. Um, you know, that's the way it is. It's not knocking it. Or AI generators that build trash. Um, they'll be like, well, anybody that designs an actual fidget, a proper one, can design any functional thing you want.
Yeah, for the
Um,
most part, there's some people that are fantastic with like Nomad Sculpt or Blender or something that don't know how to use Fusion or whatnot. But
technically, Blender has its weaknesses of some things. Like we've got a few projects we can't do with Blender and without Fusion. Not going to say that's not the case. Blender will build a stronger print than Fusion because of the way you can do organic shapes without the stuff. Or in most cases, I will be honest. Beardy has done some things that I can't copy in Fusion. Um, so
everything
I take it
Beardy
back.
has done, I cannot copy in Fusion.
Um, so Beardy has actually accomplished some, and I'm going to give the dude some serious credit on his joints. He has accomplished joints that I have not seen anybody match in Fusion. Uh, to the level that I actually had a hard time. Oh yeah, um, seeing at first that he was using it, Fusion, because he has done a very organic shape in Fusion. So I have to give him absolute credit for that. And everything has a function. If it makes somebody happy, it's a function. If that's its only function,
There's
that's a function. But um, typically, I would say in most cases, I think Blender, because of the organic shape, will actually make a better print than anything else. Nomad Sculpt will come close, but you can't do the precision in Nomad Sculpt that you can in Blender.
no.
Um,
I can't use Blender at all.
it's the
Uh,
hardest program in the world that I've found to use.
I have um, made a deformed clay skeleton face in Nomad Sculpt,
Mhm.
and I have hacked my way through a few things in Fusion, but I
Uh,
uh, I am
I
not
can use Fusion and
talented
don't.
with any of it.
We typically will hammer our way through FreeCAD because I don't have it. I don't want to pay for Fusion as little as I use it, or build it in Blender. I've been looking for new programs because, to me, FreeCAD is absolute. It is the hardest CAD version. It is not as hard as Blender, but it is so many steps to do anything that I do not like FreeCAD as much as I wish I could. So I've been looking for a new, just enough to do the functional measuring, because Blender does it, but it's so difficult to do. Like I want, well, what it's easy to do a measuring piece with Blender. Um, I've not tried Maker Vikings CAD. Uh, the what's hard is once you've got it done, you can't edit it in Blender. Sometimes you'll, like, if you put a chamfer on it or anything like that type of edge, you got to wipe it out and completely redo it in Blender. So you can't go back and edit it. Well, I can't move that screw a millimeter over, or so what we're trying to find is a yeah. There's no timeline. There's no sacred timeline. We're trying to find something where we can actually adjust things a little bit and then bring it into Blender appropriately and make it a functional design, more artistic. Because it's so hard to adjust. You got to start back over.
Oh, here's a fun
So,
one. I was trying to do something in Fusion today, and I could not find. They have apparently moved the new component button to someplace else, and I don't know where it is.
that would you have to ask Beardy. I have not used Fusion in a year, or longer than that, because I was keeping up, trying to, and just not using it to anything I sold. But realistically, now it once FreeCAD started pissing me off enough for functional stuff, I didn't want to be tempted to break the law and use Fusion for a project in the shop because this is a quick project and it's illegal because we are making money with our designs. So um, yeah, it. I know a bunch of people are making designs and selling with Fusion without a license. I get that, but I don't want to be that guy. So we use FreeCAD. I've been trying out what is it? Shaper 3D for some stuff, for as little as I use it. But I can't do the advanced stuff in Shaper 3D. I want to do some open source stuff, but I feel like I can't use Fusion even for that. I know it doesn't have its timeline. Uh, Realistically, the best option I found outside of Fusion is FreeCAD, and FreeCAD sucks. Um, I may have to just pay for Fusion for my functional stuff, but that kind of sucks.
Let me see. Maybe it's because. So maybe I need to have something open.
I may just have to pay for Fusion. I don't use it that often. A lot of the functional stuff we can do in Blender, but it's hard to make like a mount where you're not 100% sure of your measurements and then come back and screw with it.
If I try to do anything in Fusion, it's going to take me It'll take me a week to do something that Beardy can do in 30 seconds.
Last one I was doing in Fusion is I was working on a lathe that made jump rings. Essentially, we were trying to make a 3D printed lathe, essentially that would make jump rings. And the gears and all that are better to be done in Fusion. Right now, one of the projects I'm playing with is a lightsaber that has an extending blade that you can fight with. I have a theory that'll work, I think. The blade would extend, light up, and you could fight with it. Now, could I ever sell that? No. But I'd like to make it just because I'd like to see it done. And I think it'll work. And that's actually probably what I'm fighting with FreeCAD, and if I learned it, I think I keep falling back on Blender and just building it in Blender and then wiping it out and building it in Blender and wiping it out because I'm not spending enough time learning FreeCAD. But yeah, you're not wrong, Beardy. Sometimes you want to. It gets stuck in your head and you just want to make it. But yeah, I'm sorry, Tulsa. I am still here. Did we wake you up?
So new component is not there. I thought maybe I needed to, have at least one thing in there, so it's not under assembly. It used to be under create, drop down, new component, nothing. It's not there. Anyway, sorry to derail you.
No, that's fine.
Just
My joke,
I
you
was
buy
just
another
trying to
3D
make
printer?
something earlier today, and it was irritating me that I could not find.
I wish I could help you, but I don't even have Fusion on this computer. I haven't had Fusion on a computer in a year at least. Because it's too tempting to want to go back to it, and I don't have a license. All I had was a free version. I do need to install it and pull my, because I think I still have an account with it, and pull my lathe project out. But, yeah. I can't use it unless I pay for a license by their licensing agreement. So I don't feel like I can use it. Even if I know everybody else is doing it, or a bunch of people are doing it. Beardy has a license. So, yeah. I do miss the Sacred Timeline. And if I could buy it once, I'd do it. Did you use your license? You won't tell? Honestly, Beardy, if I had it done, I'd probably send it to you just to see it built and just, halfway done. Just to do that, but just to have it done because it's not a marketable idea. At least not legally. Oh yeah. Oh, I get that, but I mean, to be perfectly honest, if I had it closer to done, I'd just send you the concept. And get the sizing right. I wonder if I should just do that. Design the parts and send it to Beardy to finish it up. It is expensive, and it should be, to be perfectly honest, Tulsa Skin. The stuff is advanced. It's the alignment parts that I'm having trouble with. The aligned parts together, figuring out belt sizes, all of that. If I learned FreeCAD, I bet it's as powerful or more powerful than Fusion. But and that's a problem. I mean, even if I'm making money on design, should I be using a creator license? You know, at some point that stuff's going to filter over into my designs, even if I designed it and then I'm just using the same part. You know, is that fair? Or am I violating the license agreement? That's my problem. I don't feel fair. I'm making money on Blender, but I'm not. I don't feel fair or good about using a creator license, even if I wasn't putting it in Blender. You know, because I am learning how to make parts in that. So is it, again, if I don't use it on anything we design for money, am I still learning enough off of those programs? Should I be paying for it? Absolutely. You know.
See,
And
I
that's
don't
my
have that
thing.
problem. I don't make any money.
And that's actually my theory, Beardy. I agree with you. But I think they changed that. It's anything, realistically, Beardy, that you're making. But my theory is, even with playing for technology and trying to learn parts, I think I'm learning. Let's be real. This is advanced geometry. Don't get me wrong, but this is not a functional design. This is not what anything you would use Fusion for, unless you're just a glutton for punishment. You're not going to. But I do believe they did away with it. I think they did away with the money. I think if you're making money, you have to pay for it now on the license. But we wanted to use Fusion to play. I'm trying to build some lathe stuff and some other things that I want to release for free. It's not money you can make money on the files for, realistically, or the prints for. So we're not going to put it in our membership. Yeah, when you started, Beardy, it was that. I guarantee you, because it was on it for us when we had Fusion. We weren't using it for our business. We didn't think ethically challenged, because at one time you had to make a lot of money. We weren't making money on it. When we started making money, we dropped it. Because that's the right thing to do, right? You follow the license agreement. Yeah, like when you're storing the file and they claim they look through it. Fusion does it too, I bet, by the way. But yeah, they're stealing our data on some of the new CADs.
I don't think Micro Viking is.
I don't think so either, but I don't know. I haven't tried his. But some of the
I
ones
haven't
are.
tried it either.
I emailed them asking if they would do because it's so close to Blender, like would they let us stream it and get a license at a discount or something? They never responded back. So I don't think Maker Viking has the data, the storage space, or the throughput to actually do anything with it if he did, to be perfectly honest. I don't think he would do that. I'm not making the claim of Maker Viking doing that, by the way. I'm saying that Bamboo is
No,
stealing
I
our
know what you're
data. Some of these companies, I don't think Piled 3D is stealing our data. I have not tried Maker Vikings. I have not looked much into it. My problem, I don't think Maker Viking stuff is advanced enough for what I'm trying to do with CAD. That's the issue I have. I'm trying to align parts. That's the hard part in Blender that we are struggling with. You lining shafts and getting everything done. That would probably be a smart move. But I will have to look at Maker Vikings. Piled, I would like to try for an entirely different reason. I think Piled 3D is a wonderful program. But I don't think that I guarantee you Creality does as well. But I don't think that he's stealing data. I think it's just... But I don't trust some of these... technically, some of them I'm trying. The Shaper, the Shaper 3D, the Onshape, all of those, I guarantee you they're stealing our data.
I tried Shaper 3D. That's the one that's on the iPad, right?
Yes.
And I actually really like how that one worked. Uh, Oftentimes, the issue that I have with Fusion is how I would intuitively think you would do something is not how it is done at all, apparently. Um, but Shaper 3D, I was able to do better, but I could never figure out how to, like, if I had done a whole bunch of stuff and I'm like, oh crap, I needed this to be 11 millimeters and center 10. I could never figure out how to go back and just edit that and then have everything else auto fix itself to it. So
It doesn't. That's the only thing. That's actually the
well,
problem, and that's
there's
where
the reason
Fusion's more
why.
powerful.
At
You also
least,
can't use it to uh, what was it? You can't align parts with it, so you can't do assemblies. So that's an issue with Shaper 3D. I've been trying. I've been looking for anything. I really would like to try plasticity. Maybe I need to see if I can do a trial of it. But that's actually where I was, because plasticity works like Blender. So if we can get it to function where, but I don't know if plasticity will allow me to actually go back and edit it either. That's, yeah. I don't want to pay that money and find out it's just nothing but Blender with an extra skin.
so
So
the one that actually makes the most sense for how my brain works is probably Tinkercad, but and that works fine for some things, but then I very quickly run into some limitations that
uh,
where it either doesn't do what I want it to do, or I don't know how to make it do what it want it to do.
technically,
But the
Kevin, I believe, works in Tinkercad, if I remember hearing correctly. And he's doing amazing things with Tinkercad realistically. Uh, Free Heathen does amazing things with Tinkercad. There's nothing wrong with Tinkercad, but I do run into limitations on Tinkercad for what I do with it. But I guarantee
uh,
you there are workarounds for most of it.
yeah,
Um, yes, chamfers and fillets are horrible on Tinkercad, and you need the chamfers and fillets to make a strong print because you need those close to organic supports. You need those arches
yeah,
and printing. So uh, I get it, and it's not the end of the world, Tulsa Skin. It is a program, but um, yeah, realistically it would be a good idea. But realistically, I mean, yeah, I'm probably going to end up just having to pay for Autodesk, even though I'm not
yeah.
earning enough off of that type of file.
I need to
I'm probably
sit
just going to have to do it.
down and just brute force my way through learning this stuff.
Uh, Real's got the only way to do it is to just brute force it.
I
Uh,
thought about they've got classes over at college. I thought about taking a class for it. Um,
Now, if you take a class, you can buy some of the stuff cheaper.
yeah. There's
Uh,
there it, if I make it to that point, I think it's 65 or it might be 55. But over at the college here, you can go in and sit in on classes for free. You don't get credits or anything like that, but you can take the class.
but you have to be 65
And
years old, don't you?
yeah, it's like 55 or 65. I can't remember which. And so at that point, I tell you what, I'm going to be taking lots of college classes to learn some stuff.
Yeah, I'm fat door headed out to bed too, probably Beardy, or at least I am, because I got to be up in a few hours. I still work in the morning. I've got a few things to spread to. Somebody start an LLC and use business account to spread the license. That I don't believe that's legal to also scan is probably the issue with that. There are people doing that, but with the way that the licensing works, you have to pay by the year, and nobody's ever going to pay you yearly for that, even if you did it. So what they're doing is they give a license and you get it for a year, and then again, it's illegal, but
Is Fusion a per year cost? I thought it was just a
no, it's a
one-time
per
fee.
year. It's
Oh
a per
Jesus!
year cost.
What do they charge per year on that?
I don't know. I've not paid. I don't think Beardy's here anymore. We used a free one because at the time we had Fusion, it was you had to make so much money with it. 700 a year.
$700 a year.
What I the one I
Why does
used to
everything
use that I
gotta be a
liked was Rhino.
subscription anymore, man.
Yeah, I know. I want. I would probably like something like RhinoCAD, and that's part of my problem. I guess I could pay the 700 a year, but it feels like, oh well, then I got to pay 700 next year, and so I just yeah. I would rather pay the $1,500 from RhinoCAD than do that, but I don't know if RhinoCAD has the sacred timeline, as Beardy calls it. Have a good night, Beardy. I don't think so that they have a lifetime license. If so, it'd be news to me.
Yeah. I just use them.
I would really love the license.
Like I don't make any money off of anything I ever designed. So I just use the.
And you're within your license to use the free version of Fusion. I recommend it. It's a great program. But for me, I can't without paying a license. I'm not in the license. And while I know other people are doing it, that doesn't make it right. So I'm not going to do that. I would like to install it because I think I kept my account active enough to keep my files in there for that reason. I really need to pull out my lathe file if it's still there. Because I think I've been renewing my license, but just not using it. I probably shouldn't be renewing my license. But, you know.
Yeah, I think it. $700 to charge $700 a year for somebody that's only making $2,000, and is that gross? Is that net? Like, what is it?
That's probably net.
Like that doesn't seem.
But the problem is that they set the thing higher, nobody will ever make more than that on paper. If you're allowing them to make a full living with it, people will not pay. It's kind of like no taxes on tips. Everything's going to be a tip. That's why they didn't do it, really. You know, every lawyer would be working for tips, you know, out there. Every mechanic is going to be straight tips, and if you don't tip me this much, I ain't going to do the job, you know, type deal.
Yeah.
Everything would be tips. They can't do no taxes on tips because...
Yeah. I'm incredibly grateful that they do a free version at all, right? Because they don't have to, and they put it out there on basically the honor system, and so what I think. Like companies and stuff like that are never going to, because they've got other reasons why they need to be paying for their software, and that they're not going to want to get caught using a free
Correct.
version of a software they should be paying for. But I'm grateful because I get to use the program. I don't want to ever tell anybody, just lie, because then if enough people do that, then the company's not going to put out a free version for people
And I'm
like,
actually in the wrong
me.
re-registering so they can keep my lathe file up there that I did a long time ago. I'm actually wrong on that. So I'm a hypocrite. I'm not using it for anything other than that, but oh, sorry. Um, yeah, I wish I could do away with ads. Sorry, Tulsa. But I should actually do away with that. In fact, I'll get it off this week and stop doing that, but because I shouldn't be doing it. I just don't want to give up my files. I made a file on it when it was legal, and I haven't wanted to give up my file. you know, but realistically, I should be getting rid of that. We don't use it here. We just have a licensed. Keep renewing it every time they send us an email saying it's going to expire, so we can keep our file up there.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you can always just
But
download the F3D file and
yeah, that's what I need to do.
put it on your whatchamacallit, and if you need to pull it back up again, you can just open it back up, download the
The
step
problem is
file
none of
too.
the
Then you can
programs
throw
will
it
do
into
it.
another.
Yeah. I need to download the step and then the other. That's why I'm saying I'm wrong. I'm a hypocrite because yeah, I looked at it like I was okay somewhat because I'm not selling files. I'm not doing anything with Fusion. But I do have a lathe up there I was going to give away. Not a file I could sell anyway. So I've kept it in there. Um, but yeah,
No, I don't see any reason why that would necessarily be an issue.
I
You're not violating any agreements. You
not
haven't
the any
made any.
agreements I signed when I made it. but
Well, even now, you're not making any
um,
money off of the lathe.
no, I never will.
Yeah,
That's not going to
so
be a
that's
doable
a
project.
maker license,
Um, but
creator,
well,
whatever
it
you want
says
to
if you're
call it.
making money on designs, I'm not making any money on Fusion designs. Yes, but it's questionable. Let's be real. Um,
I don't think they care if you're making money on stuff you design in another program.
but
They're they're not going to be like, oh, give me money because you used Blender to make something. Like, what does that have to do with
I
you?
err always on the side of the opposing person on licensing because again, I'm asking people to pay me on the honor system, so I need to be good on the honor system. So I will always err if all possible on their side. But I do. That's why I say it's a gray area. Um, uh, I mean, yeah. Um, we may end up just paying for it just to do our side projects because we're wanting to do some of the stuff in the makerspace and that would be easier to do in Fusion. So I may end up having to pay for it. Some boxes and things for our drill press and some of the trying to make some electrical components for it, our cases for it, guards for it. Well, that's gonna be a blender because it's organic, but some of that stuff is gonna have to
Yeah,
be done. Um, because my drill
that
press
might
is
be a place
important.
where it gets sticky, where it's like you're not technically making any money off of the thing that you're not selling the part that you printed or made the file for. You're not selling the file, but you own a business where you make money, and part of being able to make money is the you know you know
With that being a charity, again, it goes into a gray area. Now, some of the stuff we were going to release for free, like the lathe, is entirely free. That's an entirely separate project. That we were going to release for free. We never finished it because I can't seem to do it in another program. But And the drill press, they'd be the boxes for electronics inside of it. Was what I would end up doing with it, because you end up having to move things around. I want to make it look cool, but yeah, I'm probably just gonna have to do it all in Blender and fight it, because Blender has its weaknesses. Go in and try to change the size of something in Blender. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Drill a new hole in Blender. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. That's the problem we find. And I don't know what's making it not work. But yeah, we gotta find something to fix the weaknesses. I'll do it. Because like my lightsaber idea, I keep failing on it. And you're like a millimeter off because you're trying to design in space.
That's what I wanted to print, was the lightsaber from Murph. Sorry.
A lightsaber from Murph. Who had one of those?
What is his 3D Print World or something like that?
Ah, that is an awesome dude. I really liked him. Working with him years ago.
Yeah,
he's actually a nice guy. He's from your area,
really
isn't he?
liked him. I didn't ask him where he was from.
I'm pretty sure he's from not too far from you.
I'm not sure.
Go in Jerry's stream and bring him up. Jerry 3D HP. He hangs out there. He doesn't speak, but I know he's in there.
Okay. I haven't been able to catch Jerry's stream since he's been back. I feel bad, but my
say
life
something
has
nice
been
in there,
a disaster.
I actually would suspect that he may message you if he's got a reason to, because I know he watches Jerry's stream from time to time. Because I talked to him about it. I've never seen him talk in there, not once. But he does go in there and watch.
Yes.
So I don't think he's on Twitch. I think he's only on YouTube as well. So
Yeah.
he may join you on that. But he's a very nice guy. Very talented designer. He's one of the best mechanical designers in 3D printing.
Oh yeah, I was talking to him for a while. He had like Fallout like control panel thing at his booth, and I was just freaking sick.
When I first started designing, the very first time I went viral, or somewhat viral, the two of us were going up against each other, and people were playing games where they're trying to keep us 1 point apart on things contest. And we did it for a week. Blew everybody else out of the water, but two of us were acting like we were fighting each other on Twitter. Full on like mad at each other. He sent me the file because I kept telling me I wasn't going to download it because I didn't want him to beat me. So he actually emailed me the file that day. And he emailed me the stuff to modify it. So it wasn't even just the file. He gave me the some actual instructions on how to make it and other things because I had questions about it in the backdrop. But yeah, he was acting like he hated my guts. But yeah, he sent it to me. I had some other questions. He sent me the other files. He's a really, really nice dude. But
I experience that most people in the community are.
but yeah, it was really great because I had questions. I mean, literal questions on it, and he just sent me oh, this is how I did it. This is how you do it. Yeah, it was really awesome of him. And we were in direct competition. I mean, literally for money. He even went and downloaded my file without any stipulations, which I did download his. I was just joking when I said I wasn't going to download it. But yeah, he was awesome dude. Really, really nice. If you go back, you will find some mean tweets about me from him. They were jokes. They were absolute jokes. He was kidding. We were acting like we hated each other, feeding into everybody playing us against each other, and just having fun time with it. But it was really cool of him. He's a nice guy. But I believe, am I talking to him, that he's not too far from you. So you could probably even meet him. You might get him to come to your hangout.
That'd be fun.
Because I believe he's actually in your neck of the woods. But he is an awesome dude. I don't think he talks to too many people, though. I don't get that impression.
That's all right. There's a lot of people that do stuff, and they're not like actively engaged like on a daily basis with the community. They do it because it's something they enjoy, and so there's so many aspects of the hobby, right? So
He's got
and
friends in the community. I just don't think
not
he's
every
super
part of
active.
it requires like constant participation.
And I don't talk to him too much, but he did come out to meet me at Murph, and that was actually awesome because it's somebody I look up to. That was really, really awesome. But him and another guy came out. But yeah, I have the utmost respect for him. If you ever hear anything as far as negative about him from me or see anything from any past things, it's literally all a joke. The dude is awesome. But I don't think he talks to too many people. I don't think he's out there. He's just got his friends in the group. It's all behind the scenes, what I see from him. But he is a very, very nice guy. I know his son had a booth across from him. He was the one doing the painting of Warhammer type stuff.
Oh yeah, the old lady was impressed that that kid was just the whole time, the whole
Yeah.
time. She's like, I
That-
would not be able to see if I was staring at a model like that for that long.
That was his son. And welcome in Star Wars Pop Builder. We're probably going to raid here in a minute. Yeah, I know I'm late. Probably you're getting up, Retro. You're a night owl. But yeah, that was worth it in a lot of ways to the Merc trip because he is that big of an influence on me. Would have been cool to meet Dave too. That would have been the original ones. Him, Dave, and Bunny. Which I don't think Bunny speaks to too many people either. I think she's kind of recluse.
Yeah, I don't know. Has
She's
she?
from Australia.
Yeah, I was gonna
So
say, has she been to any of the U.S. shows?
yes, Thanks flew her in for something, but I never was that big. Although I was with them at the time when they were doing that well, um, for a while. But Thanks never thought of me as a big shot. She went to Rocky
Who's
Mountain.
who's Dave?
Dave makes stuff. He's from Canada.
Oh, okay.
Um, it. I've never met her. I have talked to her online. I know she gets along quite well with Dave. Dave makes some awesome stuff in Canada. He makes weird stuff, but awesome stuff.
You'll have to send me a link to like his printables page or something. I'm
Does
not
Dave
sure
have a
who it
print?
is.
I think he's only on things. I don't know if he's on make the printables.
It's-
Um, Dave's not here, man. Um, Dave does seem like a interesting dude. But yeah, he's. I've talked to him online. A story about when I actually met Dave or first talked to him. I uploaded and I was winning on things. And he messaged me and said my stuff was on printables. Somebody had stolen it and was uploading it in printables. Just started posting on things. I message printables and they ignore me. Dave actually contacts them himself and helps me get all my stuff removed from printables right when we met. That's the type of guy Dave is.
Nice.
Yeah. And again, I was the only one who beat him that week. when you beat somebody in a contest and they're nice to you, that says something about their character. That's my opinion of it. You know, that's when you see some. If they go out of their way to help you out right when you beat them in a contest, that really, really says something about their character.
Yeah.
You know, when they bend over backwards to help you, or like if you're competing and that they do something like that, like 3D Print World, that says something about their character, and that will always say something to me about their character, because both of them could have been mean to me. Hey, I don't like you. You know, you're doing well. You beat me in a contest. Which I don't know. I think I did actually beat 3D Print World that week, but that was a toss-up, and I can't say I earned it. I think people were playing with the numbers, and I just happened to come out top on the end by one or a guy or something like that. So I don't. That one was literally. I don't think I beat him that week on Things contest, or at least fairly, because I think people were playing with the numbers, just seeing who could go top. I'd be on top for 1 second, he'd be on top for the next. People were playing with the numbers and having fun with it. I'll never believe I beat him on skill that week. In fact, I don't think I beat Dave when I beat him on skill those weeks. Those were fun contests because everybody was in on it. I beat Dave by uploading 4 files to his 1. Because that was when all your files competed. And we'd do 4 files, Dave would do 1. So we beat him by numbers. Is why we beat Dave. And there were 4 good files. We weren't like, I'm not putting the alphabet out. I'm not doing that crap. I'm saying 4 legitimate files.
So what do you get for winning contests and stuff like that?
Back when it was fun, you get like $100 to $200. That's it. When it got unfun is when they would go to $1,000. Now we have people that when it got to $1,000 giveaways and even $500, people started cheating on it in a way that that's when it became not fun. It was one thing when you're working, like if I won $50 on a contest and I outworked Dave, who gives a crap, right? And I get how it was a contest to win the contest, and we were uploading enough files that it was kind of hard not to. Is that files you uploaded that week, you got points for. So sometimes we outworked Dave, the wife or I did, depending on who was keep eating that week. Typically her, she would outwork Dave. She would put up more files than he would, and she won. Okay. But we were trying to build our catalog.
Your wife designs stuff too?
Most of these are my wife's.
Oh, I didn't know that.
I do the joints, and she'll do the rest of the file. Most of this is the wife. But that's the same with a lot of designers, where 2 worked, more than one person will end up working on a file. She is the show. She is the brains behind the operation. The dishwasher has a blender function. The wife is much better at this than I am. Hey, I got to get those jokes out before I install a dishwasher, and she allows me to do the dishes. Because I won't be able to close the dishwasher if I'm doing the dishes.
You'll just have to graduate her to parts washer.
But so I got to get the jokes out now. She is the talent behind this. I'm the face of it. I am the one that designed a lot of the original joints, and then she used that idea to make the rest of the files. I'm the one that used to do overhangs, trying to do that. So we would work together a little bit, and I would drive in so we didn't have any supports. Because she hated support, so I would work on those and try to clean them up, and then she would go back in and make them look good again. That's typically what I did. I do not have the talent she does. I am not going to draw every one of these feathers. I'm not going to do a knitted project and sculpt every one of those knits. She did that. None of ours are brushes. They're all ours. You will not find our knit pattern on anybody else's. You will not find our feathers on anybody else's. She drew each one of these feathers. And that's what I think makes her files better than everybody else's. She doesn't use brushes. So the imperfections are what make them better. I mean, like when I said people took our, said we copied the joints. Nobody else does a joint like this. And apparently nobody can remix this joint either. But she has to recreate that each time. And I've never accomplished that joint. Even though I'm the one that came up with it. I've only, they fell out when I did it. Sandy has mastered them. To where they actually work a little bit better. It's designed off of a ball joint from a bone. That is what I designed it off of. I came up with the concept. She actually made it work. And I've never accomplished this one. But yeah, she actually is a master at Blender. She will spend 30 to 40 hours on a file before she releases it on some of these more detailed ones. That's why we're so slow now. Is because she will hand draw each one of those feathers so that each one's different. And now she may mirror the wings or something of that nature. She'll mirror the eyes so that they're placed right. But she is a master at this. But that's again why ours are different. I am going to raid though because I do need to get up in a couple hours. So let me raid
Well,
out.
thanks for having me on.
Oh, you're welcome anytime. Hopefully I'll be able to join yours sometime soon. I didn't know what the rules were currently on it, but I need to go back in and take a look at that. I knew you were cutting
So-
back on some of it.
I just it's pretty much the same thing. I just tried to limit it to 6 people on a stream. I do not have the skill set to manage more than that and have everybody be able to speak. Right? The show where we had 9 people and people were on there and they weren't getting to join in on the discussion. Just because 9 people trying to talk at once is hard to manage.
Hopefully I wasn't talking over people, but
Oh,
I
no.
get that.
And it wasn't necessarily that people were talking over one another. It's just that I don't know, like on Jeopardy, right? You got to hit the buzzer, right? Some people are a little slower on the buzzer than others to get in there.
Well, I knew you were discussing if you were wanting to try to find people that match that topic.
Yeah.
And
So if there's like a specific topic, not every week is that way, but let's say if we had, a discussion about, I don't know, computers or coding, right? I'd want to try to get some people in there that fit with that knew something about the coding, and with trying to also limit the number of people so that everybody can speak. It might mean that, hey, I'm sorry, we're gonna have these guys on this week. They know something that they know a lot about coding. You know a lot about this subject. Please come back next week. There's only so many chairs, kind of thing,
Oh, I get it. I mean, I know the last a couple of them there were starting to be, and I think that some people just were not really talking much because they were tired and everything else too. Those couple
Yeah.
weeks too.
And unfortunately, I think that, or I don't think, I know that I upset some people and hurt some people's feelings, and that was not my intention. It was not my intention to, push people out. And I went about the communication on that the wrong way. I should have looked a little bit more at like why is this happening versus it's the fault of whoever, right?
Mhm.
And look at like, okay, what is my job on my podcast? Is it to and part of that job is to make sure that stuff flows, make sure that everybody's getting a chance to speak and manage that stuff. And I wasn't doing a good enough job at my job, so a lot of it
Yeah.
fell apart because of my
Um,
lacking. And realistically, somebody else might be better at managing 9 people. I don't have the skill set to manage 9 people.
oh, that's a lot of work to manage 9 people, especially without a mute button.
Yeah.
So I get it. I fully get it. I'd like to get to where I have 5 or 6 people on, especially Sunday night streams. Uh, I haven't had people join except for Maker here lately, Maker Millwright. And obviously, I didn't even talk to him today because I didn't get home in time. So but I would love to have more than one voice. I'd like to have people that disagree with me on here, you know. But it is what it is. Um, Especially on a Sunday night, I would love to have a Sunday night chat like you have on Friday night. To be perfectly honest, but we don't have that yet. Maybe someday I'll catch up with you. Um, but I think you did a wonderful job on it. I actually think in some cases, to be perfectly honest, it was people weren't. Some people didn't feel they had anything to say, and I've seen them in other streams, and they were quiet in other streams, and that's why I get that opinion of them. And there's nothing wrong with them. I'm not saying hey,
No,
but I think in some cases they just didn't have anything to say, and they were tired. Because you look at it, the people that weren't speaking up, they should have been in bed 8, 9 hours before then. They're from Europe in some
yeah,
cases.
somewhat,
But
but I want. I don't know. Uh, I
but
just feel bad that in trying to fix a problem, I created a problem.
Um, well, I will say that mine was you hit another time when reason I hadn't been in your chats as much before, even in text, was things that not always great with my family time wise, being able to spend time, and we had a bunch of things going on, so I've just been lurking in there, so I wouldn't have been able to join anyway. But that's why I had looked at your stream, but I also didn't know the rules, to be perfectly honest, because I haven't been back
And
in
that,
that
and
stream.
that again
Um,
is my failing.
but I did see part of it because I figured it was going to be a stream on which you had the following week, the charity.
Yeah.
So
So, um,
because you had the first night you limited it was the girls' night, I think, or whatever, or in
yeah,
3D printing.
the
So
girls were on that night. And then did the stand up to cancer charity stream, and then had the um, um, gentleman that designed that radio, that vintage radio on Friday.
yeah, I'm actually surprised that like none of Retro's radios went because he had some stuff way before that dude actually. But it seems to be whatever pops is
Yeah,
what
I
hits it.
mean, I would never have known about it if YouTube hadn't fed up a video for it, right? And like,
Hmm. I
so
just know Retro's done similar stuff, and it's just shocking sometimes what'll pop and what won't. Um, just like technically none of my fidgets have ever really totally popped. I've never gone viral for anything. Um, you know, and a lot of it's exposure on who goes viral. It's not file quality. It's not, you know,
no,
um, it's literally just luck and timing and exposure.
Yep.
Who will push your product? Because the internet is full of sheep.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that and also, maybe you uploaded at 6 o'clock and people weren't looking at that until 7, and 10 other models had
Hmm.
gotten uploaded between yours and 7 o'clock, so the algorithm was pushing something else.
Yeah. I mean, that's literally a lot of times what makes the difference. It is what it is. But anyway, let's go ahead and rate out and close because I do have to go up air in a couple hours.
Yep.
So I'm going to raid more armor because of the fact that I've never raided him and he was nice to me while I was setting up for Stand Up to Cancer. So we're going to go ahead and give him a raid and say hi, hopefully. But we will be back next week.
Later.
Thank you for joining.
Thank you for having me again. Later. Later, chat.
All right, let's make sure it's loaded. Here, give me a second. Right now. And good night.